Hello, everybody. Welcome. I'm so glad we have so many people here already. We are going to do a Dragon Age Q&A today. So if you've seen our videos, you probably know that already. This is also a fundraiser for Hurricane Helene. So you should be able to, I'm not sure if there's a link through this live to be able to donate, but we've set up a GoFundMe. Oh, sorry, what was that?
I was going to say there's a link in everyone's bio who's currently in the Q&A though, so go to our profiles, you can donate there. We're currently on $645. It's next to me, so I can see when people have donated and I can try and shout out.
Yes.
So donate.
That's great.
I actually have access to the whole list of donors. I can read them off right now if you guys want.
Well, that'd be amazing. Yeah,
that would be very amazing. Thank you.
Cool. So I'll go ahead and just go right from the bottom. So thank you to Abigail. Thank you, Oliver. Thank you, Anthony. Also, thank you, Lorna, Gianna. We've got an anonymous donor. Thank you, Tracy. Anonymous. One anonymous person gave $100, which is amazing.
Oh, wow.
Much. Sarah, Jack, anonymous, and anonymous. And then we did just get 2 new donations. I want to say just now that doesn't look like it's showing up yet, but we got 100 and then we got another 50 just now. I know one of them was, one second, let me see if I can pull up. One of them was definitely one of my mutuals on here. Oh, Draven, am I saying that right? Us and Tasha. So thank you guys for those recent donations as well. Thank you everybody so far. We had to up our goal to 1,000 because we got over 500 now. So thank you.
Right, I can't find how I did this last time where I added a thing. So that's going really well. I don't know why. But if people have got questions, if you want to ask, we can try and answer some. I'm trying to find the bit. I'm so sorry. I'm always the worst at organization. I made this little thing last time. How did I do that? Enhance. Is it enhance? That's got a pen on it.
Brought a Coke Zero, but I just had Diet Coke.
We got
I'm very English, and I am with tea because I found it. I found the thing. Yay! Oh, I can only have one. Yay!
Oh, I'm sorry. It's so difficult too, because if you've never been live on TikTok, it kind of makes you do everything while you're live. It doesn't let you kind of for things.
Oh, you can't prep anything, so you're just like, because I haven't done the mod thing yet either, because I've just been struggling with this. So sorry guys, this is annoying, and I apologize profusely. Right.
This is nice. It gives everybody a few minutes to get here.
Yeah, and you guys can go ahead and start asking questions too, like in the chat. We're going to try and answer live questions, and then we have some backup questions as well. So if you want to go ahead and start asking, can be anything. We are a spoiler live stream, so we can't guarantee that they're not going to be spoilers. Just heads up there. So, yeah.
Facts. It's just too much to manage. You can tell that I need to read because my glasses are on, which they never are normally. Okay, yeah, I can't find a way for me to have more than one message up, so I've tried to put as much information there and just intermittently we can remind people to donate and do things.
Awesome.
Yay, it's up to 695 now.
Oh, also, one last thing about the GoFundMe that we started. So the way that it's been set up, it links directly to the nonprofit. So we're not managing any of the money, just so you have some peace of mind with that. It goes directly to the nonprofit. There's no handling of money. It's going straight to where it needs to. So yeah, just an FYI on how that works. So.
Okay, I'll do the hosting thing now. I'm going to give up on this. This is the banner we have. As good as we can get it. So yeah, we have got a question. So let's crack on. Hey Hannah. Hannah asks, what rooks do you intend to play? Go on, Auntie. Do you want to go first?
Sorry, just cut out. Well, I'm big, so it must be me.
Yeah, your first rook.
My first rook, yes. I know that they're going to be a mage and that they're going to be a city elf and a shadow dragon.
Nice.
That's what I know. As far as subclass, I'm not really sure yet. I usually do like the spell sword type of builds, which I think we actually get as an option this time. So that's really exciting. So yeah, that's going to be my first rook. Have no idea what they're going to look like. I need that character creator to be dropped desperately so I can spend probably multiple days, if we're being honest, like tweaking everything, getting it just right. But yeah, that's my first rook.
AZ?
Literally exactly the same. And romance, I think we all know by now it's going to be Lucanus almost certainly. So unless something crazy changes in game that I'm not anticipating, but yeah, same answer basically.
I'm gonna deviate slightly. I am gonna be an elf mage because that's always what I play since Origins back in 09. But I am going for Lord of Fortune because I'm desperate for Isabella. So I'm like, if there's any chance Isabella's gonna be a Lord of Fortune, I just need that. But I normally self-insert with characters. I just make them look like me. But I'm going for pink hair. I'm really excited to have pink hair. And I've seen the colours actually look amazing for the hair.
Yeah, the blue looks really good.
The blue looks amazing. I'm gonna
It looks really good.
Oh, thank you, Courtney, for donating $50. Thank you so
thank
much.
you so much.
Yay.
The GoFundMe link is in our bios. If you can donate, that's amazing. But yeah, I'm gonna stream. So I am planning on dressing up as my rook when I stream. So I'm thinking of getting pink hair extensions because I won't dye my hair under no circumstances.
Yeah, that's what wigs are for.
That is true. I could get a wig, but I was thinking of doing it. Oh, that's a good point. I'll look into it. I want to do the braid hairstyle. That I've literally sat through the character creator and picked the hairstyles already because I'm insane. Spoilers including Dragon Age Veilguard and what's been dropped so far. Yeah, so we're probably going to mention spoilers, and they'll be in the chat because they will be. Just to be clear, yeah. So I don't know anything. I don't know what. I only know from what's been dropped in the first 7 hours of gameplay stuff because I've watched a lot of those videos. But yeah. Anyway, sorry. Nana, I'm gonna have said your name wrong. What is the difference between the Fade, the Crossroads, and where we go in Trespasser? Excellent question.
Let you answer that one.
Let's take this one.
Yes.
Sorry, go ahead. I have an answer too, but if you want to go.
You can go first. Yeah, go for it.
Okay, difference between the Fade, the Crossroads, and what was the last one?
Where we go in Trespasser.
And where we go in Trespasser. So where we go in Trespasser is the Crossroads, right?
Yes, part of it, yeah.
Part of it? Okay. Well, maybe I thought I knew that. Sarah, you can correct me after. I'm going to try really
I don't sound like I could actually that kind of person. But you're right. Yes, we do go to the Crossroads though.
Okay. Well, maybe I don't know this answer as well as I thought I did.
You're okay. I'll just elaborate a little bit at the end. It's fine. Go for it.
Okay.
You good. You good.
Yeah, so the Crossroads is kind of Fade adjacent, I would say. It's like in between. So it's kind of like a pocket dimension. And I think the devs, I think Epler even described as Solas's part of the Crossroads as like Solas's personal like pocket dimension. So it's like his personal part of the Crossroads. So it kind of sits outside of the real world and the Fade. The Fade, the Fade is different than the Crossroads and it's different than the real world. Yeah, that's my answer. I don't know if that was just really confusing.
Oh, no, you're right. You're right. You're 100% right. Everything you said was 100% right. The Fade and the I call it the material world because that's like a D&D thing. But it's described as the world that wakes and the world that dreams. And Ben Harrell created a veil in between them. That's what's said in the library. But the library is an example that was a place. The Shattered Library is an example of a place where they needed that connection in order for that place to exist. But that is a place that we visit in Trespasser that is neither the Crossroads, nor the Fade, nor the material plane. It's like this other kind of in-between place that, again, is like kind of like Andy said, like an almost pocket dimension. But yeah, it gets confusing. I also think that there's layers, like an onion and Shrek, about the Fade that we need to get more into, and hopefully we get a bigger explanation. But when I'm going to info dump. When Solus draws his murals, he does draw the like prison with like layers. So I think that I see it as kind of like the Crossroads gives us access to these layers as well as getting us around the material plane quickly through the illusions. So if that makes any amount of sense.
And I wanted to add a little bit, just comparing it to other media, to maybe help visualize just a little bit. When I think of the Crossroads, I also think of, if you've ever read the Chronicles of Narnia, the in-between place that they go with all the puddles that are kind of like portals into other worlds. And I wouldn't be surprised if they were somewhat inspired by that, because mirrors and water are very interlinked in this kind of symbolism of being like a portal to another world. So I would think of it, if you've ever read Chronicles of Narnia, it's very much like that. And also, this is pretty popular in a lot of like East Asian religion as well, this kind of like in-between place. So if you've ever been to like an Asian shrine, like an East Asian Buddhist shrine or a Shinto shrine in Japan, they have like a gate and you cross over into that gate. And it's kind of like this symbolic kind of crossing into this place in between the spiritual and the real world. So yeah, it's kind of seen in other media and other real life references as well. So
yeah, it's really interesting as well that they use mirrors for this, because mirrors is a thing that's used a lot in like folklore as a thing that's about weakening the veil. So I also find it really interesting that they went for like mirrors, because in like horror movies, that's why you see like ghosts and stuff through mirrors, because it's a place where the veil is weaker. So it's really interesting how they like fed these different things in.
We got a donation too. Thank you, Natalie, for your $50 donation. Thank you so much.
Yay, thank you.
$7.95, guys. That's crazy.
Well done. Thank you, everyone. Akra has asked, do you think that Fenris will make a cameo? I'm going to pass this straight to AZ.
Fenris Defender coming clutch. I have mixed feelings about it. I think especially with the recent knowledge, again, spoilers, just so we know. I think the recent knowledge that we're not going to have a ton of choices that affect our gameplay, at least from what we can tell, that could just be something they're saying, but I'm inclined to believe them, to take it at face value. I would say with that information that we're only having 3 choices affect our gameplay, if he does make an appearance, it's not going to be connected to any of your canon. So it would be probably very quick, not super... I don't see him being a mentor, for example. Like originally I thought, oh, maybe we'll have different mentors for each of the factions. Fenris could be a possibility for the Shadow Dragons. I do not think that anymore after this information. I think if we were to see Fenris or hear about him, it would be in passing. It would be not super impactful on the story, if I were to guess. So
to add on that, do you have any other like cameo related thoughts of people who might crop up? We can just cover like cameos and all in the captain as a full thing.
I think Dorian has a really high chance. Iron Bull, maybe. I could see him having a chance of making an appearance. I don't know why I feel like Cole wouldn't make an appearance, but I just feel like they're going to kind of drop Cole, even though I think he could be super relevant to the plot, but you know, who knows? What about you guys?
Go on, Andy, you can go next. I'll make you big. Cameo for Fenris and then others.
Yeah, I would love to see Fenris. I wanted him to be our like Shadow Dragon's fearless leader so badly. That would be amazing, but I'm really not sure. As far as other cameos, I think we could see cameos from companions that are from different geographic locations we go to. So we'll probably be going to Antiva. I think there's a good chance we could see Zevran and Josie, for example. I'm forgetting the name of the Kunari place because my Kunari lore isn't good.
Is it
right, there's I don't think we're going to, where's it? Sorry, AZ, I spoke over you.
Oh, it's okay. You're good.
Saharan is where the Canary and the Tevinter fight a lot, but I don't think we're actually going there. And then there's the actual Canary place with the boats on the other side of the sea, which also name I've forgotten. But I don't also think we're going there. But I know that the Canary have taken over parts. There's a word which I'm forgetting of Antiva, so the Canary are definitely around a lot in Thedas currently.
Yeah, yeah. So anywhere we go geographically that's associated with any of the previous companions, I think there's a chance of seeing that companion, and that's why I am convinced that Dorian is going to show up and be probably more than a cameo, because he's in Minrathous, and this is where a lot of the game takes place. So we have to see Dorian.
I'm going to lead into the Canary thing and say that I really, 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 really want to see Sten. If we don't see Sten, like, Sten should just be in it. Like, that'd be such a good little nod to us Origin people. As like, look, Sten's back.
Because he's Arashok, right?
Arashok in the comics. And even if you don't get him his sword back, he might have just found that when he left. Like, I think there's a chance that they could be clever with the cameos. Like, I made a video on this about, like the hero for Elden, for example. The hero for Elden ends up being the warden commander of Amaranthine, but even if they aren't, that position and that person exists. So just refer to the hero commander of Amaranthine. And then we know in our canon that that's like our hero for Elden, but you've not said hero for Elden, because they wouldn't be referred to probably as that anymore. It's been 20 years.
They've rebranded.
Yeah, I'm thinking that we could get sneaky little cameos like that. I'm hoping for Shale, but their voice actor did pass away, I think, in 2021. So if Shale isn't in it, I hope that there's like a monument or something at like Weishaupt. That would be really nice if they do something like that. But yeah, I was really hoping Shale was going to be in it, and then found out the voice actor passed away, and I was like, oh, that's really sad.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm hoping they'll be clever about it. Like, I want Fenris to be in it as a main person. I don't care. I'll give a delusional. Him and Dorian are just going to be taking us for dinner one night, and we're just going to get drunk with him. That's all I want.
That's amazing. Yes, I love it.
Oh, sorry. I've got...
Sarah, let me know too. I can...
I'm really excited to make rocks. Sarah, where did I get my necklace from? So my necklace is not a necklace. It is from the dice that is the soul. Actually, I've got it on the shop. It's this dice pack. Can you see? I'm not looking. I'm looking at the chat. It came with a coin. So on one side it is the Dreadwolf, and on the back, I don't know if you can see very well, it's actually soulless with the dagger. But it also comes with dice, because I also play a lot of Dungeons and Dragons. And then I picked a dice for my Levellin, because that's what a normal, sane person does. Which characters would you love to see return in VEILGUARD? We answered that question. What's your least favourite faction for now? Ooh, good question, Martian. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. Least favourite faction. AZ, do you want to go?
I'm pulling them up right now on my computer so that I can see.
Fortune, Crows, Grey Wardens, I'm going to keep saying
Mordwatch.
Shadow Dragons.
Shadow Dragons.
Okay, this is going to be controversial.
Go. I'm going to love it.
But none of them, first of all, would be something I wouldn't want to play.
Yes.
But I've already been a Grey Warden.
Yes.
So I think I'm least inclined to pick a Grey Warden. I've already done that. I think I would want to see what being any of these other factions are first before I go back to something I've already done, I guess.
That makes sense. Andy?
Yeah, I feel similarly. We've already been a Grey Warden, so I'd love to explore some of the other factions. The one I was less inclined to, and this is also controversial, and again, like, I really like them all, but I was less inclined to Lords of Fortune. I don't know why. That one just didn't. I know a lot of people are super enthusiastic about them. They're super cool. Tosh looks absolutely amazing. But yeah, I was just less inclined. And I guess maybe to Mournwatch too. I don't know. I kind of was drawn to the Shadow Dragons and got fixated on them.
I can, even though I want to play a Lord of Fortune first, but the reason I want to play it is because they seem less connected to the overall plot. Like Shadow Dragons and Veil Jumpers seem already like in, like why they care. Whereas with Laws of Fortune and Moonwatch, it does seem like it's harder to kind of pull that thread of why. But that's kind of why I like it, because it's. But I don't. I'm speaking for you. But yeah, I also agree.
Sorry, I was saying thank you for the $15 to Sarah. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Oh, you're very kind. Everyone's so lovely. Sorry. Yeah, I also actually agree with Grey Warden, because if we don't get a cure for the calling, I'm never playing a female Grey Warden ever again. No, thank you. Brood mothers exist. Brood mothers exist.
Wow.
I hate this game. So yeah, that I really want to romance Emmerich as a Grey Warden, because if you turn into a ghoul, he might not mind. I really want to.
You might like it.
Yeah, he might be into that. I really feel that in my soul. So I don't know if I'm going to play a male or a female Grey Warden. It's going to really depend on if they get a cure for that
The
calling.
ultimate "would you love me if I were a worm" question. Would you love me?
I think we could do this on the Veilguard Companions based on vibes. Emmerich 100% would love you if you were one. I feel that. I think Belara would too.
You know, she probably would.
Not named.
No, I don't think so.
Sorry, I'm just judging. Harding would. Sorry, I'm just.
She might be in the middle. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Varric wouldn't. I'd love Varric, but he wouldn't. Solus wouldn't. Solus wouldn't give a shit. He'd stop on. And as a solar Helen, we'd say thank you. Anyway, sorry. I will just keep talking. Okay, there's lots of people asking. Oh, thoughts. Oh, hey, Con. Thoughts on what Spite Lucanis dynamic will be. Love Sarah's earlier video. Thanks. I've talked a lot about Spite and Lucanis on my page, so I'll let someone else go first. Andy?
Sure. Yeah. What was the specific? I'm sorry, my audio retention is poor. So
it's
what was the specific question?
And Lucanis's dynamic.
Spite and Lucanis's dynamic. I'm really interested to see it. Yeah, I think potentially it could be a really great portrayal of what it's like to deal with intrusive thoughts or to deal with past trauma, which, so I really hope they have handled it thoughtfully and sensitively, and that storyline is really, really well done. So those are my first thoughts on the Lucanis. I say Lucanis. I'm like leaning into the Italian vibes. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for with the Lucanis Spite dynamic.
Oh, thanks for sending me things. I don't know what.
Yeah, thank you. Somebody sent me something.
Yeah, thank you very much. AZ?
First of all, Lee, thank you for the donation. We are all the way up to $860, which is amazing. Our goal is 1,000, but getting to $860 is
so good. I can't believe how generous people have been. It's really, really kind. Thank you so much. And again, links in bio for the donation link. I'm sorry I can't add another banner, but please, thank you very much. Anyway, I'll stop talking.
And then, so I really agree with what Andy was saying. I think I've actually seen some of the clips, again, spoilers, but I have seen some of the clips of Lucanis and Spite interacting. It was kind of triggering, I'm not going to lie. It was pretty intense. I agree with like the intrusive thoughts, or I could see it being like kind of a stand-in for like PTSD flashbacks or other like mental illness struggles. I do hope they handle it well, especially after the way that Anders was talked about and handled by his writer. I think that some of the ways that that writer talked about Anders was pretty problematic and harmful towards people with like bipolar. So I hope if that's the angle that they're going, that they handle it with care and with thoughtfulness. But it was intense what I was able to see from the clips, for sure. Yeah.
Have you seen the clip of the video that I shared that talks about Zara and how she made Spite?
No,
So
I didn't see
there's,
that.
when you get Lucanis and you walk through with him, you get party banter, and So Zara has been experimenting on spirits to make new forms of demons, which to me sounds like Torch. So
Yeah.
Okay, I have a very complicated thing about spirits because I'm like, spirits, free the spirits, in a safe way. So I really want to see Lucanus and Spite used as that, because at the minute, spirits are demons, demons are spirits. If you talk to any person in Thedas about spirits, they will just say the word demon, and that's the same. Which we know there's a bit more nuance than that with interactions with, even if you didn't do Solus's personal quest, Cole. So I'm hoping that we could kind of see the other side of this, and that's why it's so good that this example we actually get to see from Spite. Because yes, he is being awful the way that he's treating Lucanus in those clips, and I really hope that they are good with the way they handle that, because everything you've said is 100% true, but I'm really hoping they also like handle that situation of like being taken against your will, tortured, and then put into someone isn't great. So so I'm hoping they also like have like a kind of antagonistic to more harmonious relationship, and then hopefully that could be expanded to the wider world of Thedas, where we could have some kind of harmonious relationship between spirits and people, because a bald elf man shouldn't mean that all spirits are trapped forever. But I could talk about spirits literally all day. Every time I go on the chat, it scrolls back to the top, which is helpful. Momwatch has no drip.
I thought they did. I don't know.
The Rogue Momwatch looks amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, someone said Parvolin before. Thanks, Hannah. Right, I think I missed a question.
Helen and Saharan are both places that the Canary live,
Yeah.
I believe.
Yeah, Saharan is that is the place where the indigenous people are the Fog Warriors, isn't it? And so they've got the indigenous people, the Canary and the Tevinter are all just fighting each other in a hellscape. Sorry. Do you think Gillinan is the original broodmother from Aqua? Like, did she birth the first Darkspawn? Anyone got a question? Anyone want to go for this? I don't want to just... This is a lore.
I don't think I know enough of the lore to answer this one.
So I talk quite a lot on my page about the Red Lyrium idol. I bring that up almost every week because I have lots of theories about it. And at the bottom of the Red Lyrium idol, it looks like the bottom of a broodmother that then has like two figures coming out of it and then a woman that's like holding them. So that bottom figure looks like a broodmother, and it's Solus's idol. He says this in Savannah Nights. Sorry, I will go on a rant about this. So there's something about... And I think the figure that's being held, the woman, is Mythal. And I think it means that the death of Mythal led to the original birth of the Darkspawn somehow. So that could have been Gil doing weird crap, because I do think that she was doing stuff with the Blight. Based on footage that I've seen, this is a big spoiler, Gillinan made the Blight due to Solus's rebellion. I haven't talked about that because it's a massive spoiler. But yeah, so that is also Solus's fault. Good work. So yeah, I think she's definitely the cause of the Darkspawn. Whether or not she was the first broodmother, I don't think so. I just think she made them because she's a mad scientist lady who likes to play with horrible things. I'm sad about that. Anyone got comments?
I have a question / comment about the Red Lyrium idol, but okay. Sorry, Azzy, were you going to say something?
Oh, no. You're good. Go ahead.
Yeah, so with the Red Lyrium idol, and Sarah, I think I've already asked you about this before, but it's on my mind. So we have that codex entry that's a story about how Andrewiel goes into the void and is hunting all the creatures and potentially gets blighted. Yes. And then Mythal transforms into a serpent and they fight. Yes. They fight each other. And there is a serpent figure in the Red Lyrium idol.
Yes.
So I'm wondering if like that's... So were you saying the... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so you're wondering if that's also symbolizing Mythal?
Yeah.
I think, but probably. Yeah, I mean, The Red Lyrium idol, the woman in the middle of it, actually looks like Andraste. It's the same headpiece as Andraste, but it predates Andraste by so long that it isn't Andraste. So I think it's Mythal, and I also think Andraste was a host for Mythal. It's just kept changing the headpiece every now and again, like we've seen with Morrigan's headpiece is slightly different. But the snake could definitely be. So they don't use the term dragon for some reason in the ancient elven text that we've read. They talk about like divine forms that are like a winged creature, and we know that Flemeth can turn into a dragon, and snakes and dragons are very closely associated.
Yeah,
so
they are.
Always when she turned into a giant snake, if it was just a dragon, because they're kind of snake-like, but it could also just be a giant snake. Yeah, but definitely that snake could definitely be Mythal coded.
And just another question, do we think Nev's snake imagery has anything to do with this, or do we think it's separated?
I think, sorry, I will just talk more constantly. I think that so Tevinter has a lot of snake imagery, so Dorian also has like a lot of snake imagery. It's used in the heraldry. If you put the Tevinter heraldry on in Inquisition, it's got like 2 snakes in it, so they are associated with snakes, but then Tevinter's also associated with ancient elves, and if ancient elves then were using snakes to depict things, that they could borrow that. I'm trying to think if there's a snake constellation. There probably is, because the Tevinter's named the constellations, so it wouldn't surprise me if there's like a snaky one, but then they were also kind of elf. It gets very confusing. Does that answer the question?
There's a constellation Draconis. But
Yeah, I was going to say. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
Sorry, I'm looking for questions. That's why I've not made anyone big. But I lost the questions. Oh, Natalie's asked a question of, instead of romance, which companion do you think is going to be your BFF? Az, do you want to go first? That's a great question.
Sure. Definitely Harding. I fully plan on making her one of my BFFs. Let me pull them up. I'm so bad at like remembering all at once, unless I see them. Let me take a look. So I also think who would be our rival is
do that. Yeah, do that. Yeah.
So I do feel like I'm going to get along with Scout Harding, with Lace Harding, Lucanus as well. I'm trying to think who would be like opposed to, because we know Lucanus is not opposed to mages and magic, right? We know that. I'm wondering, I don't think either of the Dalish elves would be against magic. Really, nobody would be, I don't think. Maybe Tash?
Yeah, I think Tash is. I think Epla's said that Tash and Emerald have like weird vibes because of magic. So that, I think I might have read that. I might be misquoting, but
It's necromancy. Sorry to interrupt. Tash doesn't like necromancy.
Oh, okay. Could be a potential rivalry there then. Could be Tash, or I don't know if it's Tash. Tosh, do we know?
I've gone with Tash, but I've no idea. I think it's Tash. I've listened to the Vows and Vengeance podcast, so I should know, but I think it's Tash.
It's hard to say. I could also see there being like Nev having a slightly not Vivienne attitude in like pro circle, but like just being a mage from Tevinter, having this attitude that like mages have gotten out of control. Like I could see that being an interesting spin on her character. So we'll see. I don't know. It's hard to tell.
Andy, BFF and rival for the new.
Thank you for repeating the question for me.
Okay, I'm doing the host thing.
Yeah, no, this is amazing. So my BFF, who's going to be my BFF? I think I'm going to get along really well with Lucanus, even though he seems kind of aloof. I'm going to want to be his BFF, but I might want to date him too. I don't know. I've been so fixated on Davrin as my romantic interest. I kind of have blinders on. For my rival, I am thinking Emmerich, just thinking like my personality-wise, if I'm doing like a self-insert, I'm thinking Emmerich because he seems really pedantic. And I think he would drive me crazy if he's always like focusing on these tiny little details. I would be like, oh my God. Even though I love Emmerich, I think his character is super interesting. Thinking in terms of my character being a city elf, I wonder if there could be some friction with Nev. I don't know how I'll feel as a city elf. Even though Nev is a shadow dragon, and we're both in the shadow dragons, I wonder if even within the shadow dragons, there's kind of complicated feelings there.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. I think for me, BFF wise, I'm actually think I'm gonna love Emmerich. I'm gonna hang off his every word. I love a man who info dumps so much. I don't know if that's obvious based on me and who my account's named after, but I can listen to men with lovely voices talking about their interests for a very long period of time. So I feel like I'm just gonna hang off every word that Emmerich says. But I'm romancing the Canis, so I have to be BFF. But it's gonna be hard. Emmerich's, especially because I feel like he's going to be like the spirit person on the side of spirit. So Sarah's going to be, yes, Emmerich, I'm going to love him. But then I feel like Nev, because of like the way that Tavintas enslave spirits, I'm not going to gel with Grey. Sarah isn't. It is a self-insert. I'm not even kidding. I'm giving my rook a BFF that was a spirit. So that's the role play reason of why they are defensive of spirits, because I'm just self-exerting. So I needed a reason that they'd actually defend spirits, because it doesn't make sense. Because everything in the material plane has just been like, they're demons, don't trust them. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see that dynamic. But I'm hoping Emmerich will give that other side. But yeah, my entire focus is an egg-shaped mage and spirit in this game.
So I just want to interrupt really quick to say thank you for the $30 donation to Anonymous. We are at over $900. We're less than $100 away from 1,000. That's
oh my God, that's so kind, and thank you so much.
That's amazing.
Sorry, my thing's gone straight to the top of the thing again, so I'm scrolling. Oh, what are you? Sarah's asked, what are you really hoping to see in the game? AZ?
Just like as a general, I would really like to see, so in some of the reviews that I've seen them say that your choices have a direct impact on your environment. I would like to see that come to fruition in a way that feels very meaningful. Because I feel like with the limited choices that are coming over, if they can make up for that with the choices in game, kind of being like Baldur's Gate 3, where like you have these branching choices that lead to further changes and choices down the road, so that each experience feels like a new game that you're playing, even if it's the same general plot. Like, I don't expect it to change radically in that regard, but just in terms of endings, outcomes for different characters, relationships with different characters, and with your environments, I would like to see those choices be meaningful. If they're putting that effort there, and that's why they couldn't include as many choices from past games, then I'll be happy with that, I think. Yeah,
that's cool. Andy, what are you looking forward to with the game? I'm just going to repeat the question.
Yeah, I am really hoping that their writing is really strong and all the character arcs we get are really, really strong. That's my greatest hope for this game. I also hope that they lean into complexity and complex questions and don't overly simplify things or like run out of time and then we feel like a really difficult question is kind of like slapped together. So that good writing is at the top of my mind, and I had something to follow this up with, and then it just like escaped. It escaped my brain. So I'm going to see if I can. It was a good point too. I don't know why it just vanished. I get nervous when I'm on screen, and then my brain stops working.
You're really good. It's okay. For me, I really want to cry loads. That's what I'm looking forward to, is just crying consistently. So if you played the Mass Effect series in Mass Effect 3, I think in the last half of the game, I can't go 30 minutes without crying. And a lot of the characters are written by Trick Weeks. That excites me and terrifies me, but I just want them to hurt me emotionally so I'll never recover. That's what I'm saying. But also really excited because I heard the gifts are back in a meaningful way, and so the companions put gifts in their room, and I can't wait to see like the planners put the gift that like Member gives them in his room. That's like so cute. I'm so excited. But yeah, pain. Psychotic person. Sorry, I read that terribly. How do you think the persecution of elves will happen with Solas's actions? So if the persecution of elves has gotten worse since Solus has been doing this stuff, I'd see it getting much worse. But I'm sure, unless someone else answers this, there isn't the Solus fan. Andy, Easy, anyone want to go first? Go on, Andy, you can go.
Sure.
Persecution of elves gotten worse since Solus has been the worst.
So his life are we talking about modern Thedos or after he started his rebellion in Arlethon?
How do you think that Solas's actions are affecting elves now?
Elves in modern Thedos?
If they are, if it is. If you don't know, I'm sorry, I just put you on the spot.
No. I think that this is a really interesting question. I'm just taking a moment to think about it. Because I'm also like wrestling with in my brain is the whole plot point around elves being the source of like their own downfall, like isn't great. Especially because the writers have made direct comparisons between elves and real life indigenous people. So that whole thing gets complicated. So that's also what was giving me pause too. I was like trying to weigh that in there. But I think I'm really interested to learn more about what actually happened after the veil was erected and there was that downfall. Like, was there chaos? Like what actually happened and what role did humans actually play in the elves facing a lot of suffering and persecution? Because I never liked the idea that like, oh, actually Tevinter was fine. It was just the elves who did this to themselves. I think Tevinter was probably terrible. Yeah, so I'd like to lean into Tevinter really causing a lot of this, or human beings causing this persecution instead of the elves themselves. So, I mean, we'll probably find out that Solus was forced, like backed into a corner to make that choice. And then I think, so is Solus directly responsible for what the elves are going through today? Not necessarily. I think it's going to be, I hope it's going to be humans, if that makes sense. I'm sorry if I'm talking too much. But.
You don't talk at all. I think that a lot of the history between like Tevinter and a bit of all like about Andraste's history and the elves rebelling with Andraste has become so ingrained with the chantry rhetoric that it's hard to separate what was actually like real and what actually helped the elves and what to free them from Tevinter slavery. But we don't. It's been so like mishandled from giving the player that information. It's frustrating because it's mostly through codex entries and having to read. And people I don't like to read during I'm playing a game. I read the codexes separately. So yeah, it's really frustrating that information is not like at the forefront and the elven like. If you play sorry, I'll just keep talking forever. But if you play an elven mage in Origins, I wish that people were more racist to you. Like, I feel like you don't see that as much. There's like a couple of interactions, but coming from the circle where people are treated kind of equally and going into the real world, like as an elven mage, you should be feel that difference of how you're being treated, and that should come across in the dialogue, especially when you go to places like Denerim, where there's the alienage, like the interaction that I was kind of expecting from even shopkeepers to make some kind of knife ear comment or something like that just wasn't there, and I think that they could have done a lot more with that, in my opinion. But I think Solus's actions now based on elves is really interesting because like people know that the Dreadwolf is doing this ritual and trying to tear the veil down, but in the Missing comic we do come across slaves that Solus has been helping and has been freeing, and there's even a quote that says that Solus has done more for elves in Tevinter than the Shadow Dragons has, so which is really weird. So I Daisy?
So that does make it interesting, I think. I don't know how much the greater population is going to know that Solus specifically, at least at first, Soulless specifically opens the veil. Like, I don't know how much the common man actually knows what's going on, if I'm going to be honest. So I don't know that it'll have like these repercussions on how elves are already treated across Thedas. What I do think is interesting, though, is that he's seen as a villain in elvish like lore, and so I don't know how much effect it would have on humans' perception, but I do think elves will be divided. I think that we could see, like, potentially if there's a rivalry in the party, we have two Dalish elves. They had to have made that decision on purpose, and I wonder if there's going to be a conflict between their beliefs on what's going on here and who is going to be more inclined to listen to Soulless and who is not going to be more inclined to listen to Soulless from the Dalish perspective. So I think that would be an interesting perspective, rather than like, how can we make Thedas even more racist against the elves? Because it's already pretty bad, I would say. Instead of focusing on that, it might be nice to see how the elves themselves are viewing this historic event happening in front
I
of
think it'd be interesting to see like Davrin and Valara's like perspectives on this. But yeah, I'm hoping that because we know that Soulless has a lot of agents, so I'm hoping that we also come across like some of them, and I'm hoping that we see like spirits, because Soulless, like Edla says, that spirits are his people. They're the people that he's trying to like help because he thinks they're being so unfairly treated. So I'm hoping we also get their perspective, because he literally says in Inquisition, the elves are not his people. So I think it's going to be interesting. Also, the Dalish thing about being seen as a villain this entire time, and Mythal just not getting involved in that, I could go into a massive 30-minute rant about. I won't do it. Spider-Girl93 has asked, are there any other spirits or demons' emotions that you're hoping to see in the Veilguard? Any new ones? Andy?
Yeah.
We had this conversation, so I feel...
Oh, now I'm remembering what I said about this. So I had made a joke that the spirits that we're seeing, because we saw Spite, I'm going to start this, because we saw Spite, I was joking that the new spirits and demons we're going to be seeing are going to be like from Inside Out, like the Inside Out 2 characters. And my favorite is ennui. I want there to be an ennui demon. That is, please.
Any
I
idea
would like that.
I like that. AZ, have you got any other one?
It's very unserious, but I would like to see a hangry demon that like steals your lunch money. The idea of like having that sole purpose of like, I'm just hungry and angry, and please give me your lunch money. It's not.
I'm going to give a really basic bitch answer, because this isn't a new demon, but I'm just desperate to see male desired demons, because they exist, because Dorian says that they exist, and we got Imshael, and that didn't count. He didn't even turn into a desire demon. Choice spirit. Anyway, and that really bugged me that we never saw a male desire demon. Call it lust demon if that's better. But yeah, because they're based off succubuses, let's be honest. So I want the incubus version. And then I will be happy when someone mods Spite. I am the problem. Sorry, I think I did the right person. Someone asked that question. It might not have been Spider-Girl93. Someone else, because they asked about, have any of you seen Vows and Vengeance, and do you think that Nadia will make an appearance? Have you been listening to Vows and Vengeance?
I have not.
No, I need to catch up.
Okay, I've listened to all of it. You know what? I think they will. I think it would be weird to do an 8-episode podcast before the launch of a game and then not put the character in the game that you're then releasing. That seems like a really easy win for the limited amount of cameos we're going to get at this rate. So you'd at least throw that one in to get like an easy win. So I'm expected to see them. Maybe Drayden as well, and Elio isn't dead. Maybe. Vine Whisperer, could the Crossroads be compared to the Feywild? Probably, yes. 1,000. I'm hoping. Sorry, I just answered this because it was a D&D question. So I just went straight in. Yes, sorry. My comments are awful. So if people see questions that I am missing, I apologize profusely. Every time it goes back to the top, so I keep missing things. But yeah, the do you know about the Feywild in D&D? Do you guys play D&D? I'm sorry.
A little bit.
Just a little bit.
I love D&D. I've been DMing since 2015, so I'm
awesome.
I've got so many books. Anyway, stop talking, Sarah. So the Feywild is a really interesting place because time works differently. So any time that you spend in the Feywild, you can come out and like either like 10 minutes has passed or like 100 years has passed. So I don't know how time works in the Crossroads and in the Fade, because I'm hoping for my Soul of Ellen angst reasons that I want a happy ending because I'm delusional, that time is different there and they don't age and everything will be fine forever.
This reminds me actually of, again, Chronicles of Narnia. It's the same exact thing. The amount of time that you spend in like the in-between place where the puddles are and the amount of time you spend in Narnia itself, there's no discernible reason that you spend as much time as you do. Time passes how it's going to pass. So this is another like sort of mysterious, almost like fate-driven sort of conversation. Like when does fate itself want you to reemerge, basically, would be the question there.
Yeah, it'd be interesting if that's how they end up making it work, because I genuinely don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's somewhere. I'll look it up. I'll make a lore video on it.
Awesome.
Yay.
I'm going to just leave you big because I'm looking at the comments. Is there any long-standing fan theories that you hope are proven true or false in the VEILGUARD? You can go first, Izzy, if you want.
I'm trying to, my mind is like empty of fan theories right now.
Andy,
I think it was Nia who called it, but the lighthouse being Solas's current place of residence, sort of. Him becoming the lighthouse keeper, I think, would be a fun pun on the Dalish keeper, first of all. I think it would be an interesting twist on that concept for the Dalish. And I think it would also, if there's like a positive and negative ending, I think his positive ending is going to have some bittersweet aspect to it. So my guess would be, if there's a positive versus negative, the positive ending for Solas would be living in the Crossroads, being the lighthouse keeper. And being a lighthouse keeper means that you are the beacon to guide people to and from the Fade, which seems like an appropriate end for a character like Solas, in my opinion. He's learned the value of life and death, and that the people that he might be threatening with his actions are not disposable, that they have value and they have importance, and that it is his job to kind of shepherd them to peace. I think that would be appropriate for him. So, yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, so the fan theories. One fan theory I'd like to see pan out is my own. Maybe I shouldn't talk about this, but Solas and Gillenon, what was going on there? Were they involved in some way? Just the more drama we can add in. I would be so curious to see what their relationship was like. I'm very interested to learn more about Gillenon because she seems fascinating, and I really want her to be a complex villain. I don't just want her to be a monster. I really want to learn more about her, especially because she's a female villain too. So I really want her to be well-rounded and fleshed out, and to learn more about her past.
I like that we already kind of know more about her, and more people are terrified of her than Elganon. Like, if you ask most people, who are you concerned about, everyone will say Gil. Like, which I think is really good for a female villain, that we're already like, she scares the crap out of me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Elganon, I'm just like, yeah, you're just the what if Solas was really bad. But Gillenon, I'm like, no, because all the body horror of like brood mothers and stuff, like, they can really make her terrible, and I'm here for it and also hate it. I'm going to say this because I feel this, my opinion. but I really want Ghislaine and Andriel to stay as a sapphic relationship because I feel like that representation isn't there that much, especially in games. So I respectfully don't want that. They could be friends, but I don't want them to touch each other.
No, that's fair. That's a great point. That's a great point.
I just want her to be a sapphic queen who's just awful, and I'm here for it. It's giving like, you know, like
lesbian. We love it.
lesbian awful queen. I just want that so much in my life. I think she's great. I can't wait. She terrifies me, and tentacles though. Anyway, sorry, I could talk about Gil. I'm so intrigued by Gil. She scares me so much. Fan theories. I want Mythal to be the big bad. I want Mythal to be the big bad. I want Mythal to be the big bad. Sorry, I could talk so much about this, and I have in detail on my page. I think that it would tie so much in from Origins to 2, even 2, because Flemeth is there, who saves Hawk, and Hawk then releases Corypheus, and it's only Hawk's blood that can save Corypheus. It's all sorry, I am that mean. So if Mythal is not the big bad, if she doesn't turn on us, I'm going to be really annoyed, and I think it's a wasted opportunity.
I agree.
But we'll see. I'm completely biased. Solius Brave. I said that wrong. What are your thoughts behind Fiona getting cured of being a Grey Warden and not being able to get the cure again? I made a comedy post about this. Do you guys know about Fiona's cure? So I do cure because the Calling and book was meant to be a DLC that they then made into a book, and you can feel that in the book, in my opinion. Sorry for people who love it. I'm not one of them. But they cured Fiona of the colic. She also got impregnated after 2 times when that's meant to be really difficult when you're a Grey Warden. But, you know, I did a joke that Marek has a magic penis, and that's why she gets cured. Because there's something about the blood of Alistair's ancestors that is related to dragons, and dragons have a resistance to the blight. A resistance, not immune. We see that with Corypheus' dragon, but they are resistant because they can make cysts of the blight and stop the spreading. So I didn't know if it was related to the dragon blood in Marek that got the cure for Fiona, and it's kind of hinted at in the book that that's the case, but she's just cured of it, and then it's never mentioned again. Your Grey Warden isn't cured by Alistair's magic thing, and it just felt like they
are vile.
Yeah, I'm reading them.
Anyone got thoughts? Sorry, I was just so crazy.
The only thoughts I have is this is where I kind of get a little bit iffy with the Dragon Age lore. We know, I just feel like sometimes they're like, that sounds cool, let's put it in there. And I wish there was a little bit more consistency sometimes, or thoughtfulness, like forethought with some of the lore. I do think sometimes, like, I don't think they initially thought Alistair was going to be half-elf. And I think that they used that as an excuse to be like, see, half-elves just look human. But really, I think that there was a lack of foresight in that. And I wish they would just own up to it instead of being like, no, but let's explain it. Because sometimes it's just very clear that it's a retcon, and that's fine. But yeah, I think that some of these inconsistencies can be chalked up to like, well, it's, you know, a very long history and people write things down inaccurately. But sometimes I think there's some thematic inconsistencies or just like straight up retcons that happen that, you know. But, yeah.
Andy, have you got anything to add?
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I was thinking of an old question. So can you remind me of what this question is? I'm so sorry.
This question was, do you think there's anything, what do you think about Fiona being cured?
Oh, Fiona and the cure. Yes, I'm so sorry. I was thinking what Ozzy said made me think of something else.
We did take
so sorry.
Good. It was a good tangent, and I also want to talk more about what he said. So,
Yeah, Fiona's Cure, I think Sarah did a great job of explaining it. I think the magic penis is probably the answer. Um,
I love
that seems like Dragon Age lore to me. That seems like canon.
I made that joke. I made a meme about it on my page when I was on holiday in Berlin, and I was laughing so hard at my own joke in this bar in Berlin, like for about 20 minutes. I thought I was so funny because
it was funny. It was very funny.
But I do want to touch a bit on the lore and the story and things going in from Origins, especially because to now in the Veilguard. And I feel like they had, I'm going to say it, I think they had a plan for the Elven stuff all along, right? Because there's literally a point in Witch Hunt, which if you haven't played Witch Hunt, play it now, and then let Morrigan say goodbye to your Grey Warden and try not to cry. You'll fail. It hit me so hard doing that again. Anyway, but there's literally a reference to about the prison being breached, and I'm like, what the hell? So I feel like there are some parts of the lore that they did put a lot of thought into, and I do think that like the elven god thing has been a thread this entire time. But then yeah, the world building around that, like the Grey Warden stuff with the taint, like there's the dog that this is the piece of lore that I always think about, is that there's a dog that has the blight, and you can go and find a cure for it in the woods in the Kari Wilds. I can never say that right. And then that's never mentioned again. It's kind of brought up in the book that it stops the spread like as fast, so because dogs don't live as long. But give that to people, even if it's just a treatment, not a cure. But it's never mentioned. So yeah, I'm. Dragons might be related to they better kill the calling. I swear to God. Or maybe just killing these archdemons will do it. But yeah, I just want a happy ending for my warden as well. Everyone deserves happy endings. Oh, sorry.
Also, Milia, I think I'm saying your name right. Thank you for the $5 donation. We're up to 920, which is amazing. Thank you guys so much.
So amazing.
Yeah, the link for the donations is in the bios of our accounts if anyone wants to do it. Sorry, every single time this goes back to the top of the chat, I have to vamp to find a question we haven't answered. Sorry, guys. How long did we guys want to talk for? We've been going for an hour. I'm happy to keep going for like another hour or so. I put 2 hours in, but we didn't actually talk about that.
I'm good. I cleared my schedule, so
yeah, I've got nothing now. Oh, thanks for saying I made a great point. I don't know what I said, but thanks. Okay, I'm up to the Vows and Vengeance question. Thega, do you guys think the theory of Neve having some relation to the Archon Radonis is anything?
I don't know.
The Archon is the leader of Tevinter.
Oh yes, the Archon. Sorry, I was thinking like Ark of the Covenant. I just heard Ark. But yes, the Archon.
Yeah, and I think there's a theory that she might be his daughter, which would be cool.
Is there any like weight to the theory? Like, are there any?
I have seen a screenshot that he's black, and I don't know if their name is similar. If someone knows more about this theory, Mina asked, "Who are your all-time favorite villains?" I like it when I see a question I have to search for it. But yeah, I don't know anything about really the theory other than I've seen a screenshot, and that's it. Maybe.
I know Nev looks South Asian to me, so I'm not sure.
South Asian woman. So yeah, no idea. But it's comics, so it's I don't know what the comic. I might be being really insensitive. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Mina asked who are our all-time favorite villains. I'm gonna guess from Dragon Age.
Oh.
AZ?
Favorite villain. That's tough. I would say I do think Meredith is interesting. I don't know if she's like my favorite, but I I do think she's interesting, and I don't know if her return in Absolution is going to mean anything. That was kind of a weird.
But I haven't read them. So she's there.
I don't know if that's just like a weird thing that they're doing to be like, she's back, spooky, and then it goes nowhere. I don't know. But I do think that she was interesting because I think a lot of people view her as like kind of unrealistic, but I don't think she is. I think if we look at political powers and the kind of decisions that they typically make, I think she's very realistic as a villain. I think she thinks she's like really doing the right thing by oppressing these groups of people. And I think some people get so caught up in their dogma and in this like rhetoric that goes on in their head that they get kind of brainwashed to think that the right thing is really genuinely harming this group of people. And I just think it's a very realistic portrayal of somebody abusing their political power, but they think it's for the greater good. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, I like Meredith. I think you're right. I think she's a great villain, and I think her story is really interesting. Andy, have you got a favorite villain?
Yeah, I would say Solus is my favorite villain, which like surprises no one. But yeah, he was definitely my favorite villain. And he got me really thinking. I had so many questions just around him and his character. He really was a catalyst for me getting more interested in Dragon Age and Dragon Age lore and everything surrounding Dragon Age. So yeah, definitely, I think Solus for me. I love a good, complicated villain that has lots of controversy. And I usually really enjoy characters who are villains. So, and I thought Solus was a great one.
I actually really like kind of Loghain as that first villain going into Origins. Sorry, I am an Origins like girl. 2009 was a forming year for Sarah Gaming. But yeah, I think Loghain's story about that, and especially the way that Solus describes it, because I'm when it's like the two sides of a general seeing a battle where there's no chance that they're going to win and making that decision to go away, or that monster who left those people there to die. And I think he definitely made a report. He wasn't great at that point, but then when you see the worst things that he's done throughout the story, like poisoning the owl, and then the alienage, when if you play it, which I think everyone should play a city elf. I only did it for the first time this year because I like to be queen. So mad about that. When they set your own family against you, and then the choice that your warden then has to either spare him or not, because I made the choice in my most recent run to keep Loghain alive because I was romancing Severin, and it's that having that extra person who could stop this blight is for a Grey Warden. You will do what you can to stop the blight, because even in that situation, Alistair stays king. So in my head, I was like, well, Alistair would also be able to stop the blight, so that's an extra Grey Warden that we can use, which at that point is quite important. And that sacrifice of putting your beliefs to one side to help the greater good is so imperative to the Grey Warden story, especially after for a city elf, because I did shoot up Murder Vaughn, who was Hawk, voice actor, by the way, male voice actor is Vaughn, which is great. But yeah, I really like Loghain as a villain, and when you read, I actually did like the Stolen Throne book more than the Calling book. I think the Stolen Throne's great, and if you want more Loghain. Also, I had Loghain in my most recent Inquisition run, and it was actually really interesting for his story to finish with the Nightmare. And I'd never seen that before, and I actually really like Loghain as a villain. I still think he's a piece of shit, but he's Okay, Lorna, I found a way to keep track of comments now. Do you think they will really use Morrigan for something plot-wise, or just a showy appearance? Oh. Anyone got theories on Morrigan's appearance in the VEILGUARD?
I mean, I think there's a high likelihood that she's not got her own autonomy, given what she's wearing. That would be my guess. And also because the Well of Sorrow's choice doesn't really have an impact, they had to have made some decision. regarding that, right? I think somebody in chat mentioned it earlier. Like, what do you think? Do you think that Morrigan is acting as like a secret spy for Solus or someone else? I think that's a possibility that she's a character that you, as a long-standing player, are going to be inclined to trust and to feel endeared to. And so I could see that being like a betrayal sort of moment where she's not really Morrigan. I could see that. Yeah.
It'll be funny if we finally get the Morrigan betrayal, because she never betrayed us previously. I don't buy that at all. If we finally get the Morrigan betrayal.
Also, thank you, Martin, I think it is, for the $80 donation.
Oh,
thank you.
That's so kind.
You are at $1,000, so that's amazing.
That's
so amazing.
Oh, that's amazing. Oh, Andy, have you got Morrigan theories or stuff?
Yeah. So Morrigan, I do think, so I agree that she won't, she'll be under Mythal. I almost said she's under Morrigan's influence. She'll be under Mythal's influence, but I do think Morrigan will retain some autonomy somehow. I think there's got to be some sort of conflict there between Morrigan and what she wants and Mythal, and I would love to see that conflict done really well, and for Morrigan to not just be a cameo and to really nicely tie off that this whole Mythal Flemethal story that has arced throughout all the Dragon Age games. So yeah, I would like to, I hope we see a lot of Morrigan, and I hope she still has a part of herself left, which I think she will.
Yeah, I'm in like two minds with it. I do think that Mythal will be able to influence Morrigan some way. There were notes in the game that were used for like voice actor notes. So in Inquisition, when Flemeth gets killed by Solus, there's a note there that says about Flemeth has been nurturing this spark for so long that it's powerful enough that Solus needs the power or whatever. And we know she sends a part of that spark through the mirror, pretty much confirmed, based on, again, what Morrigan's wearing. So I am in two minds where that spark, because she hasn't had it for as long as Flemeth has had it, he hasn't been nurtured for as long, is not going to have as much of an influence as I want. I want it to have a massive influence because I want Mythal to be the big bad. But I can see both sides that it might not, and we might see more Morrigan. So I don't want to kill Morrigan. I want Morrigan to make it out of this alive, but I don't think every character that I love is going to make it out of this alive.
I just have something to jump in with Mythal, if that's okay.
Yeah, of course.
Sorry. For some reason, I think we're going to see like Mythal herself show up. I don't think we're just going to see Mythal through Morrigan's influence. I don't know why. I think Mythal is going to do the Horcrux thing where like Solus has a little bit of Mythal and Morrigan has a little bit of Mythal, and then at some point she's going to show up herself. It probably has something to do with Elgernon, and that's possibly why we haven't seen much at all of Elgernon yet. Even though we do know he is probably at the end game. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just holding out hope. We're going to see more Mythal herself. Kate Mulgrew will be back.
Technically,
sorry, Sarah.
If you don't kill Mythal in Dragon Age 2, there's two Flemeths alive. Because in Dragon Age 2, you get the amulet and you take it up to the thing and Flemeth comes back. But if you didn't kill Flemeth in Origins, then there's technically two of them. So maybe, yeah, she might just come back. She's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I think somehow she's just gonna
around the place. Abelas is Mossy Lip Combo. I love that name.
Takes me out every time. That username is so good.
Which companions do you think will get together romantically?
I think it's been kind of hinted at that Lucanus and Bellara might get together if you don't romance them, and Tosh and Harding, I believe.
Tosh and Harding, I heard. Yeah, 100%. I didn't know about Lucanus and Bellara because I
didn't either.
Yeah, I've seen that. A few people have talked about it, but I believe that's been kind of hinted at as well.
Oh, I was happy for Lucanus and Emmerich. They look so cute together.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, I got those two for sure.
Like, they've got my heart now.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe Davrin then with Emmerich for the whole March Ghoul thing.
That would be cute. That would be cute. I'm gonna say.
Like Manfred could play with a San. Like,
Oh, because they both have like pets.
It's like their kids. It's their little family.
I love that. I love that so much, and especially because, like, okay, I'm gonna
ship it. I ship it.
I meant to make myself big. I instead made Andy big. I'm sorry. Yeah, because because it's supposed to be hard for Grey Wardens to have children, like generally. So with my Emmerich with the spirits and stuff, I'm like, they kind of their own little family. It's like, I want that in myself. So I'm fine with that. That's what I want. Andy, have you got a ship?
Yeah, my ship was kind of Lucanus and Emmerich. I kind of they were already together in my mind. Yeah, I think that was the big one at the forefront of my mind. I'm not really sure about who else is going to pair off just yet.
I'm interested to see if Belara and Emmerich will help like Lucanus with the like spirit stuff, because being someone who isn't like connected to the Fade as much when you're not a mage, I think having that will be interesting. And we've seen a bit of that with
Thank you, Junebug.
With Neve and Belara talk about the spite, and Neve straight up calls it a demon, and Belara's going spirit. So that might be interesting if they're the two that end up together. That is, yeah, that's cool. I like that. Hannah asked, what's going to happen to Solus's spy network? Do you want me to go?
Yeah.
I think so. Into Winter Nights, because I'm going to talk about that. There's agents of Fen'Harel that are doing things that I'm not convinced are actually doing what Solus wants. I think Solus has been very like doing most things himself at this point, but has been obviously having agents to assist him in certain things. But I think that Felasan really, really got him to not trust people, and he has been doing most of this on his own. So he will use as few agents as possible. And we see into Winter Nights that even he goes, there's one mention of the Inquisition doing something, so he goes himself. Like, he didn't need to wear a blonde wig. He could have sent an agent, but didn't. So yeah, I think that his network will exist and will be doing things, even if like they'll have like base orders to like help slaves in Minrathous, because that's what they've been doing. But I don't know if they'll play a massive role, because I think that Solus is so lacks such communication skills that he will have just been doing most of the work himself, and that's why he had such poor scaffolding. Anyone got anything else?
Oh, we did get a $10 donation from someone who called themselves Greetings from Antiva. So thank you.
I love that. It's so cute.
Yay.
Yeah, anyone got any other things about spy networks?
I have some thoughts.
Yeah, sure. I'll make you beg.
Yeah, so I would like to see, I agree, it doesn't seem like Solus is delegating much. I'm holding out hope that maybe he is delegating more, because I'd actually like to see Solus do some like bad stuff instead of just having all of his plans fail. Like, that's my bias. And I would also love to see Solus get out of the Fade. So if Solus does get out of the Fade, then he will need to potentially utilize his spy network. So I would love to see that, because that would be really cool, I think. And I want Solus to be like, I want us to see why he's scary and smart and devious. Like, I would like to be able to see that in this game, instead of, because we've just heard about it for so long, and I guess we kind of see it in Inquisition because he is sneaking around in the background. But I don't know. That's
when he gets drunk at the Winter Palace after he's gone to get the Illuvian sign out. That's my favorite thing, because he does just sneak off, sorts that thing out, and then just gets drunk. Because he's suppressing his. Sorry, I'm going to talk for a second. I hope you were done. But
I'm done.
Sandra has a moment where she's drunk in Inquisition. If you have really low approval, I am desperate for more drunk Solus in this. I want him just completely broken down in the face. He's like, this is your responsibility now. I'm done. And that will break him. so hard. I want to see him have a complete breakdown. I did have a point I was going to make that wasn't this, and I've immediately forgotten it because I got distracted thinking about
I also have a point.
I'll let you do it.
That I would like to talk about.
Might make mine come back. That wasn't just simping.
This is like tangentially related, but so my theory is that Solus is not going to be trapped in jail fade forever. He's just there temporarily. He's going to make bond. It's going to be okay. My thoughts are that the reason, so I was watching a lot of review videos on the footage in Act 1, and one of the things that they said that they couldn't really show was the like climax of Act 1, basically like the big battle that's happening. They could only show a few things. My theory is that's because Solus is getting out of the Fade at that time, and that's a pretty big spoiler if that's the case. I think that he's going to be out of the Fade potentially all of Act 2, if not by some time in Act 2. I just think him sitting there and kind of doing nothing would get old. It would get old. So that would be my theory, is that he is going to have an active role by sometime in Act 2. So, and then something on the map said something about him knowing all the places to hide or something like that.
Yeah.
Sarah,
you were talking on that.
I can speak to that a little bit. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. So I had found when the new map dropped, I had seen text online from the new map drop that says, "There's nowhere Solus can hide from you in this new map." And I was thinking, okay, that might be a spoiler, because if there's nowhere that Solus can hide, that means he's not trapped in the Fade, right? So I was very excited. I thought it was an unintentional spoiler. However, I thought about it more carefully, and I remembered at the very, very beginning of the game, technically we are looking for Solus. So the map text could just be referring to us at the very beginning of the game when we're trying to hunt him down before the ritual. So that is a possibility, but maybe not. Sometimes spoilers do sneak out when things like soundtracks or other materials are dropped.
I have got a comment of that as well, because it is Dark Horse who had that map for sale, and they're the one who are printing the comic, the Missing comic, and in the Missing comic they are hunting for Solus across Thade. Like that's the Missing comic, is them going across Thade looking for people. So it might just be referencing the comic they're selling, but it might not. It might also. I do think that he's not going to be. I mean, right? I've got to be completely honest. Based on the trailer, we see Solus in wolf form jumping Elganon. I don't think that's the end fight. I think that might be the Act 1 thing, and I think that that is potentially what we're going to see at the end of Act 1, because it just feels like a weird thing to put in the trailer if it is the final boss fight. Because, like, Baldur's Gate 3, if you know anything about D&D, this isn't gatekeeping, I'm just, you know that Mind Flayers are associated with Elder Brains. The thing that was the reveal about that was that it was a nether brain, which is something special, and we didn't know that information going into Baldur's Gate and how different that was and what that actually meant. And that was a reveal. So I can't see that fight being the end fight, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
That being said, I have a question. Do we think, given the map, what was on the map, and you'll know in a second what I'm talking about, and Persona Solus jumping at the Evanuris, do we think that he's blighted? Because I do. I think there might be a blighted situation going on. Potentially. But I don't know. You guys know more of the lore, so.
You want to go?
Sure, yeah, I can go. So I meant to talk about this when we were talking about the cure before and like actually give a real answer. But so the dagger, the ceremonial dagger, is the red lyrium idol, right?
Yep.
And it's so Solus purified it somehow. Because now it's blue. It's not red anymore. It's blue, which means like happy, regular lyrium. So that suggests that Solus has some way of unblighting things. So it's possible he does get blighted, but then he's able to come out of it, and that's like part of the reveal. I don't know. There could be something there. Or if it's like extra tragic, there's some twist and he can't unblight himself. I really don't know. But there's something to do with Solus and being able to unblight things.
I do think as well that the blight was a weapon that was used during ancient Alathan, so I think that Solus chomping on bad guys that were blighted was probably done a lot. However, that image on that map, I literally cried when I saw that. I literally cried. I am too attached to this elf. I know I am. But like, I was at a D&D game, running a D&D game, and someone in my Discord service put that in the spoilers channel because I have no self-control on my phone. And I looked, and I had to stop playing the game and just leave the room because I was like, there's a hole in him. There's a hole. He's going to be fine. He can walk that off. It'll be fine.
I wonder if this is just like totally off the cuff. I wonder if in the purification process of the dagger, like he could have contracted something. That's just
blighted currently, but that's just my opinion. I have no idea. We'll find out. I think he makes such a big deal about them being blighted elven gods that if him himself was blighted, he'd have said something. But we know that Sandal purifies part of the Red Lyrium to make a rune in Dragon Age 2. So there's definitely some way of purifying it safely, because I don't think Sandal was blighted. And he's also going to be in the game, or I will riot. That's a cameo I forgot to mention earlier. We got more questions if we want to move on. Sylvie Succubus, I said that wrong. What do you think Spite's positive version of the spirit is going to be?
I'm so bad at these. I'm so bad. Like, what's the opposite of spite?
No, it's not necessarily the opposite. So with compassion on Cole's tombstone, it says despair, because I think that is like the path of the corruption. So Cole sinking into his despair, that's why he has to forget, because it will make him too sad to be a spirit of compassion anymore, and it is the path to, and you become a despair demon. But so I don't necessarily think it is an opposite, if that makes sense.
I have a question for you, Sarah, because you've talked about it being the result of an experiment. Is it possible that spite is just something new, and is not necessarily?
I think spite as a demon is definitely a new demon that we haven't seen before, which I'm like so excited for. Like just more demons and lore is just great for me. But the spirit, I don't think we've seen every spirit. So we have spite. So maybe it could be, I think spirits of hope have been mentioned before. So I think that hope and spite kind of have like, again, that corruption. If you're hoping for negative things to a person, that could maybe make you spiteful. So maybe that's the thing. It's like wisdom and pride.
It could be something generosity related as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, if
people have said love, and I'm like, oh, bless, that'd be so cute. I think that's a little hand-fisted, but it'd be cute if it was.
Do we think that spite could be a forgotten one?
See that, because it's mentioned, if you read like the blurb about the Forgotten Ones, spite, I think it's something to do with spite or something. I'd have to look it up.
Yeah, it lists off possible forgotten ones, and it says spite something, something, something. But I do believe that is the Dalish version of the events, what's come down, so.
I could go into heavy detail about this, and I will. So in the Dalish thing about the Evernote, the creators, it talks about the creators being like the benevolent gods and the Forgotten Ones being malevolent, and speaks of demons, spirits of, they don't use the word spirits, they never use the word spirits, but they talk about them being gods of terror, spite, desire, maybe, something like that. But then we get further codex entries that do name them, and we have like a story from Felasan in the Masked Empire that talks about Anaris, who is the one who is fighting Ardiol to over Fenharel, and we have Geldoran, who is a Forgotten One, who says that him, Forgotten, will rise up and take the power in their place. And I have a theory that he could be the Maker, because that would be hilarious if a Forgotten One was now the Maker. Because, you know, rise up in their place as the new deity. Why not? But they tend to be like named, like they are like equal to Elganan is related to vengeance, Mithal is related to justice, Solus Venharel is related to pride. So I think that maybe Anaris could have been related to spite, but we have like spirits of justice, if that's a thing. So I think that they definitely could be like linked to a thing, but I don't think this spite is necessarily a Forgotten One, in my opinion, by my own. Okay. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, totally makes sense. Especially we're learning more about Zara now too, so.
I'm so excited. I'm gonna go on a live herd so quickly. Martin, do you think the romance options will be with the Inquisitor when they confront Solus? I mean, mine will, because he's there. But other people. AZ, you're going in with a different canon.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go with a male Inquisitor who romanced Dorian because I want to see if there's like some sort of Easter egg for them. I don't think so. I don't know that Dorian will be present. Maybe. I don't feel like he's as connected as like Varric, right? Like I think Varric has to be there, right? In some capacity. We'll see how that works out. But I think Dorian is more going to be involved in whatever Tevinter side plots are going on. If we're going to see him, I don't know that he'll be there to confront Solus necessarily. I don't know. Maybe I haven't played Inquisition as much as either of you two, so I don't know as much, but I just don't feel like Dorian and Solus were ever like besties. Like, you know, I feel like it's more Varric who feels that betrayal than somebody like Dorian, but you know, yeah.
Have you got any would you like to add, Andy?
Yeah, sorry, just to get the details of the question. Also, sometimes it is hard to hear you. I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry, I can be louder.
Oh no, I think it's just my connection.
You're okay. It was, do you think the romanced, whoever your Inquisitor romanced, do you think they're going to be at the confrontation with Solus? About the Inquisitor confrontation. Lots of people want to confront Solus.
I mean, since I romanced Solus, he will be there.
Exactly. I can't see like Josephine cropping up. I've got to be honest.
No, I would want to protect Josie. I'd want her to stay at home. I love Josie. I hope we do see her. I hope we see her in Antiva and she's having a wonderful life.
It's just, again, it's an easy win. It would be more work to make a new character in Antiva. Just put her in the game. It's just,
yeah.
Or like in Ravane, because like of shipping and stuff, because her family is related to shipping. That's how she gets like the money back for her family. So they shove her in, put her somewhere in the game. It's such low hanging fruit. Like,
it is. It really is.
Do I don't know if I have anything to add to that, other than it would. I'm going to say right now, if Cullinan is in this game, I'm going to be shocked to my very core. So I don't think him or Iron Bull are actually going to crop up because of voice actor issues.
I was going to say it's tough because I think they'd have to get a new voice actor.
Yeah, I wish they could. I'd love it if it was Anders' voice actor, because obviously it was Cullen's voice actor that did Anders in Awakening. So it's like a circle. I'd love that. Also, I want Anders' voice actor back. I feel like because Anders gets like a bit shortchanged when the writer based them on an ex-boyfriend, that I want him to have like some positive associations. I mean, there's some things about Anders' like line delivery that I think is fantastic. He does a fantastic job. Just hurt my feelings. Pisces asked, would starting with Inquisition be okay for a new player, or would it be better to start with Origins? AZ, you look like you want to say something.
I would say that the problem, I would always recommend that you start with Origins. That would always be my highest recommendation. However, unless you have like console, if you're doing it on PC, it is very complicated to get Origins to work at all. Dragon Age 2 you can get to work, but it will crash with frequency. So unless you know how to install mods to fix those issues, which there are, it's not like overly complicated, but you know, if you've never done mods before, that can be intimidating. I think unless you have like an Xbox or something to play on a console, it's very hard to get to Origins. You can play 2. I think 2 leads up to some of the conflict going on in Inquisition that can help you contextualize it. If you can play all 3, great. If you can only play Inquisition because it's the only one that'll run on your PC, then it is what it is. So, yeah.
Andy, have you got anything you want to add?
Origins is great. So if you can play it, I definitely say play it, because it was a great experience. I just played it for the first time last year, and it was fantastic. So I definitely recommend playing play as much of the Dragon Age games as you can if they're available to you. I think you'll still be able to enjoy the VEILGUARD regardless, if you can or you can't. But if you have the opportunity, do it, because they're fantastic games.
I asked Carla this question because I paid for their Patreon, because I said I was going to avoid spoilers. I'm a dirty liar. Anyway, I was like, give me all of them immediately. And they were asking about questions. So I asked, does VEILGUARD feel like an Inquisition sequel? And their answer was yes. So I would say vehemently play Inquisition as a minimum, because you are going to miss out on... Why would you care that you're in this man's house going through his thoughts? I think that you really... I love Origins and I love Dragon Age 2 so much. They've been so much to me, and they've brought so much joy to my life. Like, literally, I wouldn't do D&D without Dragon Age Origins. But for VEILGUARD, I think you only really need to play Inquisition. I think for background lore, you will be missing out on stuff, but there's so many good videos online that you can catch up on. Gilda Farland's YouTube channel is amazing. My own page has some. But yeah, I think that for VEILGUARD, please play Inquisition. At least I wouldn't go in with nothing, because I think you just wouldn't get as much out of it personally. But good question. How important do you think the different backgrounds will be for all of the faction quests? That's from Hunter. Great question. Andy? How important do you think the backgrounds are going to be for the different Rook backgrounds?
Yeah, for the different, how important, I guess I'm just thinking of how to answer the question.
What role do you think they're going to play going in? So I guess it was the equivalent of what race we picked in Inquisition, and it's Origins, but as background, Origins.
Got it. Yeah. So how are these factions going to factor into the game? How are we going to see this choice play out in the game? I hope it's similar to Origins, where we get a whole quest line out of it. That would be really, really nice. I also hope that our faction really does make a difference to the type of experience we get, and that the game has a lot of replay potential. So you'll want to play the different factions, because the experience will be so unique depending on what faction you pick. So that's my hope.
Maisie, have you got anything you want to add?
Yeah, I have mixed feelings about what I think is going to happen. I think that they've made very clear that it will affect your approval rating with the different factions, so you'll have a better chance of aligning yourself with those factions that you are already aligned with. I do wonder if it means that you'll conflict with any of the other factions. I don't know if they've clarified that or not. If you're a Shadow Dragon, is that going to conflict with some other faction for whatever reason? I don't know, but it definitely is going to get you approval points with that faction that they have confirmed. I think the effect could have an effect on how you make certain, I don't know how big of a spoiler this is, but this is a huge spoiler. So leave if you don't want to know. Basically, in Act 1, you can destroy probably an entire section of your map. And we don't know for sure what that is going to be. But the theory is that you're going to get to choose which section of the map. I think Andy mentioned this in a chat with me. The theory that Andy had was that you're going to be able to choose maybe what city or what area gets destroyed by Gillenon's tentacles, basically. And I think that's a really good theory. So you might be inclined less to choose your faction's area if that is a choice that we get to make. But it does seem like there's a huge choice in Act 1 that is going to irreparably damage one of the map sections of your game.
Yeah, I haven't heard that. Yeah. I mean, I'm all spoilers all the time. The one, there is, sorry, to go back to the faction question, I do think that I don't want to get hung up on that spoiler, but I'm going to Google that soon.
I might have just made it up.
I heard something about someone left a really
I saw a review that mentioned it.
Okay, that's great, because I did just make it up. But anyway, sorry, go ahead. I just pulled that out of the air.
Yes, sorry. So factions. There is an in-game effect to factions as well, where the reputation thing I think is like 100% a thing, and there's also you do extra damage to certain enemies if you pick different factions as well. But yeah, I'm really hoping that it is more like Origins to add that replayability rather than Inquisition, where it didn't make a difference. I always just play elves because canaries can't even walk through frames correctly, and the camera angle's too high for dwarves. And it's bad, and it doesn't make that much difference to the plot and doesn't increase the replayability of picking a race, which really should matter, in my opinion. So yeah, I'm really hoping that they learned from that and actually made some in-game choices that will have a difference. And there will be, instead of it being like an origin quest line at the start of the game, that midway through the game, when you go to Antiva, you have a whole quest area that you wouldn't be able to access unless you're a crow, because you have a personal connection to people in that area that you'll want to help. Yeah. So I hope we get some new NPCs that give us as characters buy into this story and give us a reason to help, other than the companions and friends we make along the way, if that makes sense. So that's what I'm kind of hoping for.
And I want to clarify the spoiler that I'm referring to. So a review that I specifically saw, he said, I can't say too much, but there is a decision you make in Act 1 that radically changes one section of the map. That was what he said. He said it's basically this huge decision you make. And then Andy inferred that it could be that Gillenon's tentacle, you like direct where that goes. Like you basically have to make that choice. Who's going to...
If it's to Vint as an option, it's going... Sorry, Tavinta. You had your chance. You ruined it for everyone.
What about the swamp? I might get rid of the swamp.
Yeah, okay, if it's swamp. I'm not going to get
rid... The swamp already looks in bad shape. The swamp's not doing well.
It's struggling.
I wonder if we could... Is it... I can never say it. Khal Shirak, the Dwarven one. If you do that, it's finally come back. And then immediately you just go, no! This question is just for Andy, but I'm gonna make it for all of us because we're all here. Hannah asked, how did you get into Dragon Age in general?
Yeah.
Maybe you could go first because the question was for you, but I'm gonna be selfish and also talk about me.
Sorry.
How did you get into Dragon Age?
I'm going, how did I get into Dragon Age? No, I did hear this one this time, so I just wasn't sure if you wanted to go first. But anyway, how I got into Dragon Age. So last summer, I was playing Skyrim for like the 12th year in a row. And my friends had to like stage an intervention. And they were like, do you think you might want to play something else? Another RPG? Like Dragon Age is really, really great. You should try it. And I said, okay, I'll try it. And I started with Origins and I played all the way through, back to back. And it was an amazing experience. So that's how I got into it. It was kind of an intervention to play, to branch out.
AZ, how about you?
Mine's almost the opposite. So I actually started playing Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 in middle school, way back in the day. So this would have been 1999, 2000. And played those games, played them like every year, multiple times a year. They were so good. And then, you know, there wasn't really anything like that for a good time. And then I think 2009, right, is when Origins came out. So then 2009 Origins came out. I was like, they were like basically kind of selling it as like the spiritual successor to Baldur's Gate. And so I was like, well, hell yeah, I'm going to play that. So I've been playing since Origins came out. So every year that the new games came out, I was playing them. So pretty much it. Yeah.
Yeah, I was similar, but for me, it was actually a meeting point of both of you. I was 2006 is when Oblivion came out, which is the Elder Scrolls before Skyrim, and that was my drug, literally my drug. It got me 2 jobs. I got a job at Game, which is our electronic game store, I don't know what you have in America, book game. Me talking about this, now I realize that I might be autistic, and it was just me talking about my hyperfixation, just filled me with so much joy talking about Oblivion that I got a job there. And then the same was HMV, which is like the record store shop that also sold games. I again just kept talking about Oblivion. I don't know why I didn't realize I might be autistic a lot sooner. But anyway, but yeah, Oblivion. And then I played Mass Effect that came out in 2008. I have my special editions of the Mass Effect, like collector's edition, because I bought them every year. And then I was working at Game in 2009 when Dragon Age came out. So I got that. I also got the guides. Remember when guides were a thing? I'd beg for an actual fucking guide for this game so I could know what to pick.
Yep. I miss those booklets. I want a hard copy.
I want to just like through right to the end and go, right, what do I need to do to make this motherfucker live? Sorry.
I just remember like flipping through pages, like, what am I supposed to do?
Yeah, it was like grey and it had the thing on the front with the collector's edition one. I remember having that. I have no idea where it is now. But yeah, I think I left it at my ex's house. I'm really bitter about it. But yeah, I love these games since do that. I've just always been a giant nerd. So. Have you read The Masked this is from, Cozy Goblin. Thank you for gifting, because you've got a gifter thing next to your name, so I know that now. You are number one. If you've read Masked Empire after playing Inquisition, did it change your opinion of Gaspard? I thought you were going to ask about a different character, gotta be honest. Have either of you read Masked Empire? I have. If you can, I do recommend listening to the Guild of Tharlan summaries, because they do a summary of each of the chapters and then tell you how it like fits into the lore. So that's how I've read it, and I'm going to count that. So I will talk about it because it still made me cry. That's how good those summaries are, and they actually read the excerpts of the book of like the most relevant parts. So if you haven't got time to read everything, I'd really recommend Guild of Tharlan's page on YouTube. It's fantastic. It's just it's so good. And Carla Elizabeth on YouTube as well. Go and follow them because they're amazing. Yes. Anyway, but Masked Empire specifically, Gaspard, he wasn't as big a piece of shit that I thought he was going to be when we find out that Michael is a half elf. I thought he was going to be a twat about that, and he wasn't. So that's nice. Sorry, I just swear a lot. I'm really trying not to. It's hard because I'm British. But I honestly thought that he was slightly better than that. I think he plays into the discrimination of elves to get votes, which feels very real. And I don't like it, but I still think he's awful. And I made Brialla in charge this last time because of what happens in that book. Brialla's going to be in charge all the time. Felasan died for something.
Oh, Felasan.
He has my heart. Yeah, I really recommend the Guild of Tharlan. Sorry to spoil some of the book, but spoilers. Still read it, it's great.
What do you feel about Felasan leaving a little note as a welcome to the light?
There's a reaction. Someone said that again to me in my Discord server, but I was streaming at the time, so I read that note if this person finds spoilers so quickly, I don't talk about it until I've seen other people talk about them, because I don't like being that one who puts it out first. But yeah, my face just went, but then I realized that it was probably from the past. But yeah, I love it's Weeks. I have so much faith in Weeks. Mm-hmm. Do you want to add anything? Sorry, I'll just keep talking.
I'm okay.
Yeah, when I saw it, yes, it does look like it's from the past. But there was, I wish I had the text in front of me again, because there was also something about it that was a little, I don't know. It almost sounded like he could still be haunting the lighthouse. What if he's like a Hogwarts ghost? I hate to reference Harry Potter, but
ghosts and spirits are kind of different in this. So a spirit is its own kind of race, and a ghost is kind of different to that. It's the reflection of a spirit from a person who kind of connected to. It's weird. So it could be, but I mean, I could talk a little bit about ghosts and spirits. The weird. But I do have a theory that I haven't made a video on yet that I will, because when a spirit dies, Solus tells us that they become something else, and it is likely that they won't remember him. That's the phrasing. Not that they won't, likely that they won't. So my little solar villain heart is our head. That is heart. Let's be honest. So what if Solar's like dying, and because he kind of is so close to spirits that he likely doesn't remember the Inquisitor if you didn't romance him, but the difference is that if he comes back and you did romance him, the connection's there, so he might remember, and he just ends the game on a banana, and that's it, and I'll die.
I won't make it.
So he might still die, but there's a chance that their connection and the because there's something that Weeks keeps talking about, this enduring love. So I
just want Liebestod. I want Liebestod to just die together, and then your spirits merge transcendentally. I don't know. I need to look up Schopenhauer or whatever. Sorry, go ahead.
The Birds of the Feather Codex entry, where they're entangled in this everlasting knot and they give themselves forms to kiss, and it's so lovely. So I could see that foreshadowing the same thing. But I personally would like them to just live in the lighthouse, just them as they are. But
that's a nice place.
They won't happen. It's Weeks right here. There's no chance in hell. Does Morrigan still have Kieran? It's currently Schrodinger's Kieran. He both does and does not exist, which I despise, because I have comments on this, which might be controversial, but I honestly disliked a man saying that a woman having a child might not affect them in a fundamental way to change their character, because I think that felt like a weird thing to say, because I think that having children probably does change you, but he just might not mention it because he doesn't want to mention it. But yeah, it seemed like a weird comment, in my opinion.
David, or what's his name, Gator?
I think it was Epler.
Epler?
Oh, okay. I was gonna say Gator was always saying wow.
Yeah, no, this was because he was specifically asked about the Kieran thing, and it was a weird phrasing. I think
that's a bad answer. That's just a bad, why don't they have a PR team? I'm sorry. My mind is so blown.
The Zevran thing drove me crazy. The fact that they were like, who's Zevran or whatever.
I was so mad at that. I was like, what are you talking about? Go play Origins now. Sit you down myself. Why?
Oh.
I don't.
Crazy.
Also, I just want to say, just based on that, because not the fact that he's an Antivan Crow and is an assassin, and they were like, that's a red flag. I'm like, the game you're advertising now has an assassin in it. What are you talking about? Yeah.
That was very concerning. I'm not over that. And as a project manager, I just had secondhand, if you're doing a demo with your team as a product manager, that is your worst nightmare, that your team doesn't know your own product inside and out. That's just horror. I literally am gonna have nightmares about that. But anyway.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't make you bigger for talking then. I was scrolling through the
I'm just yapping anyway, it doesn't matter.
Ew. Mina, what do you think will be the Hawk versus Warden choice equivalent? That quest will always be rough. It isn't if you have low game there. The easiest choice in my life. Ashtrab, let's be honest. Sorry. Hawk versus Warden, who do we think is going to be the choice this time? Thank you for roses and other gifts from people. You're all very lovely.
I have my theories.
Yeah, you could still donate to the Hurricane.
Yes. It's still open. We've exceeded our goal of $1,000, which is crazy. We did get an anonymous donation of $40, so thank you for that. Like I said, it goes straight to Mountain Projects, which is a local charity. It's a local organization that has been in that area. It's around Asheville, 2 smaller cities around Asheville, since the 60s. So it's a very reputable charity. It's been helping for a long time. They do cases of discrimination at times. They help people find housing, food, etc. So very good charity. But wait, what was the question?
I scrolled. I've forgotten.
I'm glad it's not just me. I'm
so excited. Yes. What is the Hawk versus
Warden Hawk. Yep.
So I have a couple of theories around this. One, I do think that Varric has a chance of dying, if not a certainty of dying in the VEILGUARD. I just feel it in my bones. I think what they're going to do is they're going to do a fake out death. So huge spoilers. Go away if you don't want to know a huge spoiler. Are we good? Okay. Solus stabs Varric in the chest, not accidentally. He like purposely does it. So I think that's going to be a fake out. I don't think that's going to kill Varric. I think it could put him in an in-between spot where he has to stay in the lighthouse. So he's like in a stasis mode sort of thing. But I think there could be a choice between Varric and Solus at some point. I think that's a possibility. Or Morgan and Solus. I could see that being an option too. So I do think that could be a possibility. Yeah. Anyway. That's it.
Andy, do you want to go?
Yeah. Yeah, I could see Morrigan and Solus choice. I also, if the Forgotten Ones are in Dragon Age at all, and Azzy had that great theory about how in the struggle swamp, the Nightmare Demon might be in there. The Nightmare Demon is most likely a Forgotten One or a Forbidden One, which is like a subset of the Forgotten Ones. It's a whole thing. But if the Nightmare Demon is in this game, I feel like you could choose to align with the Nightmare Demon or with Solus. And if they did add in the Forgotten Ones are opposed to the Evanuris. And they also hate Solus. So the Evanuris is a pantheon of gods that hate Solus. The Forgotten Ones is a pantheon of gods that hate Solus. So if like they showed up, I think like you could decide if you wanted to trust, because the Evanuris are clearly bad, right? Like Gillenon and Elgranon are clearly bad. And then we have Solus, who's giving us information on how to defeat the Evanuris. But then if we have Nightmare popping up and Nightmare's like, hey, I'm a Forgotten One. I know about the Evanuris too. I can help you out. You don't have to work with this weird guy. Like, follow me. I think that would be a really fascinating choice.
Yeah.
See, part of me wonders if the Forgotten Ones might be bad guys. If the veil comes down, or partly comes down, or it might introduce like more powerful spirits that are a problem, obviously, that we need to stop. So I wonder if that could be like potential future villains for potential, because I want there to be spirit allies with every fiber of my being. That feels like a faction that we should also like align with, because why not? Like, and I think that could be the executors. I think that they are spirits. Like the description of them in Tevinter Nights literally says it's a voice attempting to be a voice, is how their like voice is described. That sounds like a spirit to me. That doesn't sound like a person. It's not male, female. It doesn't have an age. They're spirits. They are. Anyway, but the actual Warden Hawk thing. So, okay, the immortal game of chess is what Solus and I both play in Dragon Age Inquisition. I've done a post about this. I'm going to probably do another post before VEILGUARD comes out, and it involves a double rook sacrifice, which is how it's described on Wikipedia. I don't know that much about chess. I just googled it. I thought it was funny that it was the immortal game because Solus is an immortal, and I was like, ah. And then I read that sentence and like screamed. So the two rooks, I think there's a distinct possibility the rook isn't going to make it through this, and I think the other rook, seeing as that the lighthouse is there's the rook with the light above it in some artwork. That to me is a lighthouse. So rook and Solus. Now I want to replace rook with Inquisitor to go together, because if he's dying, take her with her. That's fine. Other people Inquisitors, you don't have to do that. That's fine. But mine, I'd rather they went together. But maybe we can swap out who goes. But I don't want it to be as binary as a decision of Warden or Hawk or Ashley and Caden like we had in 2008 with Mass Effect 1. I'm hoping we have complex choices that lead us to this decision, and then I'll make the wrong ones and have to play again immediately. Right. But I don't want it to be just, you know what I mean? It feels like, let's make it a little bit more complex and give us a little bit more replayability for us to have, because there's not that much replayability in Inquisition other than, to me, the romances. I make the same choices all the time.
Yeah, I'm convinced Solus is the other rook.
Yeah,
I am convinced. If you think about Solus and with the devs...
They're a mirror of each other.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was going to say. The devs have said so many times they're mirrors for each other. They're mirrors, and then the lighthouse is like a tower. A rook is a tower, and it also. I think the rook
post that video. I might not waste my time filming it again. Post the video for months ago.
Yeah, it was a great video. And a rook is, I think, fitting. If you think about it as a chess piece, it also fits Solus pretty well, because I think it is like the third most powerful piece in the game.
Yeah, rooks have like funny positioning, like the castling thing, don't they, as well? Like they can move in funny ways, and they can do interesting things to control the ball.
Is that it's restricted to straight line movement.
Yeah.
I think that's another thing to kind of consider, is that it doesn't have all of the power of like the king and the queen, especially, actually the king doesn't have much power. The queen is the one with all of the directions in her grasp, right? So it's really, the rook can do a lot. They can go as far in one direction as they want, but they can't go diagonally. They can't go in infinite directions. So I think that's an interesting thing too. They're not really, they're one of the most powerful, but they don't hold all of it.
I mean, for me, it's like that Mythal and Solus like dynamic though, where she is the one that has that power, and it's almost like that lateral thinking as well. Like he will go in a direction that he has been set because he just keeps following this path that he thinks he has to follow, and God forbid he pivoted. It's so like, oh, I love it.
The rook works symbolically on so many levels. And like Mythalis, the queen, does too. I also was thinking like Mythalis, the one playing chess. I know, Azzy, you've said this as well.
Mythalis is playing checkers, Mythal is playing chess.
Yeah. And it's also fitting Elgernon being the king on the board, because he doesn't know we haven't seen Elgernon yet, but I have a feeling he's going to be about as effective as a king in chess. But
I think it's going to be really interesting, his dynamic. I think he's going to be that person. I think he might have some link with the Canary or the Venatori, that he's going to be sending people after us. So, like, he's sitting back and they're the pawns. So, again, like, which is like a thing. So, I definitely, because Canary worship dragons. We've seen Canary a lot. We know that the Venatori also worship the I was going to say forgotten ones. Bad Law, Sarah, the old gods. And they shout out the name of the two that are still going, so they're probably working for both. But I just have a feeling that the Canary are going to be linked to Elganon. I think that they were made as troops for Elganon by Gil. That's my theory with the Canary like background, which again I haven't done a video on because I don't remember any of my video ideas ever. It's 8 o'clock here, 2 hours in. Other time zones at other places have other times. I have literally nothing on. So if we're happy to keep going, we can keep going. But
yes, I do need a bathroom break.
Yeah, that's fine. Yes. Go. I had to get the charger for my phone because it was dying.
Yeah, I'm good. I've been standing this whole time, so I just need to like move my location. We can get a room tour while I do that, I guess. Or actually, I can just turn off the camera.
The question was about Titans and Titan law. So shall I answer that while you guys...
Yes, I'll be back. I'm going to mute and darken.
So Sarah, how likely do you think we will see the Titans? I'm really hoping we get more lore. So I think the Titans are waking up. I think that is what we're seeing when we have Harding's power coming back, is the Titans are waking up. Now, that might be because of the ritual and the veil being partly lifted, that they're starting to wake up for some reason. I don't know why, but I feel like the Titans are waking up, and that's where the power is coming from. And I'm really, because we see in the trailer like another Lyrium mine and we know that the veins, so it feels like that we're going to see something. And it's really interesting with Titans because Darkspawn avoid them. Like, for some reason, the Darkspawn do not go near Titans. They do not mess with Titans. So it'll be really interesting to see if we have a Titan coming into this, because I'm desperate for more Titan lore, even though truth time, I haven't actually finished the Disad DLC because I hate Darkspawn, and I tried to do it, and then I died killing the Darkspawn and had to replay an hour and a half, and I didn't want to, so I never finished it. But I'm going to redo it on my next run, if that makes sense. Okay, I'm 30 minutes behind on questions, so apologies, people, because I saw the thing that says you've been live for 90 minutes. What voice was Andraste hearing that made her think it was the Maker? I have an answer for this one. Do you have an answer for this one, Andy?
You go.
So I think it was Mythal. I always think it's Mythal. When in doubt, it's Mythal. So Andraste goes to the forest as a woman who is desperate to help her people. She prays there for someone to help her. So I am convinced that we know that Mythal was a woman who wanted to protect her people. She thought a lot of justice. And so if you were a fragment of an ancient elven god and you see this woman begging for help, who I also think could have been an old god baby, maybe, that I think that Mythal answered that call, because that's exactly what happened with Funeth. It's exactly the same thing. She was begging for help and Mythal answered, and their stories are so similar. It just feels like it has to be, which is why Mythal has to be the big bad, because she's always there. Yeah, so the question was, what voice was Andraste hearing that made her think it was the Maker? I think it was Mythal, but I'm going to think that.
I agree. Yeah, I think it's Mythal.
I think they're gonna leave it. I personally think they're gonna leave it mysterious.
Yeah, I think
because the writers have said that they're never gonna answer who the Maker is. Do I think that's kind of lame? Yeah. Especially if you're gonna go through the trouble of making the Elven pantheon look false. I think you have to do the same effort for the Chantry. I mean, you've set them up to be a colonizing force. I think it's doing a disservice to the themes of like the whole franchise to not put some effort into at least clarifying who Andraste really was. Because the theory is she was a mage. The theory is that she was maybe an elf or half elf and that she was a mage. And so if you're not going to clarify who the Maker was, you could at least clarify that the Chantry has it wrong. If
Yeah.
that makes, yeah.
I just noticed we reached like 10,000 likes on the live, so that's really good. Thank you, people. I don't know what that means, but it's lovely.
Oh, sorry. I don't know how to. I'm actually a pretty loud speaker. I used to be a teacher, but I don't know if it's like my microphone or what.
I can hear you okay.
Yeah, I can hear too.
Do you have anything else you wanted to add, Andy?
No, I don't think so. I was just well, the thing I was going to add, because I think occasionally the audio from each of us is like going out. That's all I was going to say.
I think if we're just live streaming for 2 hours, there's probably going to be times. Someone asked, Mina asked, how are you playing your rooks? You can go first if you want. Do you have an idea of how you're going to play your rook?
That's a good question. A lot of it, like, I really relate to what I think Felicity made a great video on this. Like, I need to get in the game. It's so hard for me to get in rook mode. I need to like create them in the character creator, and that's why BioWare has to drop the character creator, please, because it will help me formulate them in my mind. But I think I'm gonna feel them out. My first playthrough might kind of be a self-insert where I am making decisions based on how I would probably make them. I will definitely need to get out of Inquisitor headspace and not want to date Solus the whole time and like save that for my Inquisitor, I guess. But yeah, I think that having purple options is always fun, so I'll probably try and go that route, and I'm thinking I want an adversarial relationship with Solus, but I still have to create them and look at them and feel them out as they go.
AZ, have you thoughts?
I am not a self-insert person, usually my first playthrough. I usually do something akin to like the D&D chaotic good alignment. That's usually going to be my first playthrough of a game. So somebody who's a little bit of an anti-hero, like who the hell am I kind of like who the hell am I to make these decisions kind of character is usually what I go into, which does not align with who I'm usually like if I have a decision, I think very deeply about it. Whereas my character, like in Baldur's Gate 3, was just like, like kind of somebody who had to learn to care about what was going on beyond themselves, basically. So I'll probably play something akin to that, chaotic good, somebody who means well, but doesn't really care about the rules, I guess. Yeah.
I have a really good suggestion for this, which came out of my Discord server, which was to do the Myers-Briggs test, but answering it as though you're your rook. So I really wanted this optimistic person who wants to try and find answers to questions. This rook who really has been intrigued by spirits because they're a mage, they're a lord of fortune, so they seek out a lot of like treasures, and so they just want to learn more about the world. And so I did the Myers-Briggs thing, and then it came out as my Myers-Briggs. So I am inadvertently doing a self-insert because I can't help myself, but I will be the little, I just wanted to be that sunshine, little light of positivity to the, like, well, what can we do attitude, which is just me at work. That is exactly what I'm like. So yeah, I'm just going to be the, okay, let's not focus on the problems, let's focus on the solutions kind of.
I tend to pick too, like in Baldur's Gate, I pick a half drow, right? So they're going to be a little bit cynical about the world, I think, even if they are a good person. And same with the VEILGUARD. I'm going to be a city elf from Tevinter. Probably a little bit cynical about the world, I would guess. So
Mine's
I think
a city elf from Kirkwall. There's nothing to be. She's an half French fucking fuck. She's just done.
Yeah, I mean, there's really no city elf that's not going to be somewhat cynical, I think. So,
yeah.
But yeah, if you want to do a Myers-Briggs for your rock, I recommend it because it gives you like some good things. And then I did Solus's Myers-Briggs, and then I cried because it kept talking about like lone wolf and dreamer, and I was like, what the fuck?
I mean, I have the same one as Solus, and I'm very collaborative.
Oh yeah,
I hope.
They're not horrors. They're kind of horror. There's 16 personalities for 7 billion people. Obviously, they're gonna be very. It's for giving like role play thing. It was just hilarious that mine was me. I just thought it was. But yeah, I was going to say I am definitely doing purple options 100% of the time, just like I do with Hog. I legitimately didn't know that the dialogue changes if you picked like the other options because I literally only play Hog. I'm suck. You know, like outside, like in Inquisition, the dialogue's different. If you were, I didn't know because I never. I'm so bad, and I'm going to flirt all the time. I don't do that in live, but in these games, if there's a flirt option, it will be selected until I'm lost. Yeah. And if
I always do that too.
I'm gonna ruin Solus's. I'm gonna be this optimistic person who's sarcastic as hell at every opportunity, which again is just me. Yes, let's let Cullen retire in peace. Can PC games be emulated? I don't know. Sorry, I read that question out because I saw a question mark. Does anyone know if the PC games can be emulated?
Emulated on what? Don't you usually emulate things on PC?
Yeah. Usually the purpose of emulation is to take like a console game and be able to play it on PC because it's like you don't have the console, you don't have the original game. I would say if you're trying to play Origins and Dragon Age 2 functionally, look up a guide on how to install the correct mods to make them functional.
I just googled what mods do I need, and there was a Reddit thread like immediately that said what to do.
Mod Manager, I believe it is, through Nexus, is great. I've never had an issue. Vortex, I think it's called. Yeah, it works. So.
Casper the Ghost Unlimited Edition asked about what racing class specializations we're going to go for in VEILGUARD. I can't remember if we answered this, but we can do it again rapid fire. I'm doing Lords of Fortune, Elf, Mage, probably Spellblade. Spellblade was also the class that I played in Oblivion back in 2006.
Yes.
which pleases my soul. AZ, you could answer that one again if you want.
Yeah, sure. I think mine and Andy's are identical, actually. So Tevinter, City Elf, Shadow Dragon, Spellblade as well. I think that's everything. Probably romancing Lucanus, but that could change when I start playing the game, but most likely Lucanus. So, yeah.
Ew, can I expand both of you? I can make you both big, but I'm still small. I don't like this. Also, it puts the thing in a bad place. 1 minute.
Just like stare over it.
Oh, can I not oh no. This is what happens when I play with things. I now replace someone. Oh shit. This is why Sarah shouldn't play with the live stream when we had it working fine.
There's no other way to learn. There's no other way to learn except live.
Drink. Okay, fixed it. I work in STEM. I forgot what we were saying. I got distracted. Do you guys have a Discord? I have Discord. It's in my bio. Join us. We're mainly solo Velen simps, but we also simp for other people and other Discords. We have like movie nights and book clubs. There's like almost like 200 people in there now, which is lovely, and everyone's really nice. But yeah, the link in the bio is often broken. Please DM me and I will send you a link. Sorry, because I messed around and I found out, I now need to scroll again through the comments. Okay, recent class specializations. I'm also going to romance Lucanus. I think that was all I was going to say. Hi, people who are here. I don't know if I actually said hello to anyone at any point.
It's so hard. It's a lot. Like when you're live, it's so much going on at one time.
And I appreciate like so many people are commenting and saying so many lovely things, and I really appreciate things. Oh, I'm up to guides now. That's just how far back in the comments I am. The books are also available on Spotify as audiobooks, unless you're in the UK, and then you don't get Masked Empire, which makes me incredibly mad. For some dumb reason, the UK doesn't get the Masked Empire, the one I want to read. Anyway.
I could send you mine if you wanted.
I do want to say one thing earlier. Somebody was asking, and I think I spoke on it first, about Fenris coming back. The one thing that makes me think he might, even though we have a limited number of choices, is this. Yes! The comic makes a point. I feel like a lot of the after Inquisition materials were kind of hinting at where they want to focus extra characters on, and Fenris is he the only, well, Isabella had a comic, but it wasn't placed after Inquisition, whereas Fenris's comic is after Inquisition. It's meant to be when the Inquisition
completely delusional and say he's in this game. I don't care. Until I play the game and he isn't. Why make a comment about him, a comic, going to Tevinter, and then not put him in the game that's based in Tevinter? He's in this game. I don't care what the choices are. I don't care if it invalidates people's world states. He could be a goddamn lyrium ghost. Don't care. He's in the game. So yeah, that's my view. Sorry, I'm unhinged.
And I think if he's in the game, I think it would be very much not really any references of specifics to his relationship with Hawk or anybody but maybe Varric. So I think it would be like, oh yeah, I journeyed with Hawk, but it's left very vague, and oh yeah, Kirkwall back in the day, and not really anything specific, because otherwise I don't know how they could do it. But I would love to see Fenris. I mean, he's so iconic, just character design wise.
I'm going to be completely just mean and rude and say, you know what? Invalidate some people's world state. Screw him. If it makes for a better gaming experience for 99% of people, do it. Come up with a nonsense reason. Say it's because he's the Wraith and infer that it might be he's a Lyrian ghost, but don't make it. But why? Why do that?
I believe they've made some implications that he might be immortal as a result of his lyrium tattoo. I'd have to research more into that, but I believe that I have seen people say that his tattoos may have revived the immortal aspect of the elves. Basically.
Yeah. Just give a nonsense reason. Don't care. Bring him back. It's I don't care. Bring him back. There's a way to do it. There's a way to bring him back. He talks to a dog. Look at him. He's with a dog. I love this man. Bring him back.
And also, speaking of tattoos, doesn't it look like that Harding has something that looks almost like Fenris's lyrium tattoos? Because that stood out to me. And I was like, Fenris confirmed?
There's when she casts this magic, it lights up something that looks like, I think it's meant to look like lyrium veins. So I think it's something awakening the power of the Titans back into her blood. And that's why it looks like literal veins on her skin. And the Val's thing looks similar to that. And I thought that the method that they use to give Fenris his abilities, which are kind of magic, he phases through people like Shadowcat from the X-Men, was what awakened the power within Elven blood. Because there's a blood mage, Huron, in Dragon Age 2 that says about Elven blood being special and being magic. And then when humans use this in that comic, they freaking explode, because I don't think they have that inherent magical ability within them. And my mutual, This Is a Mistake, does really, really good analysis of the tarot card designs, said about the racial ones and how the magic around the humans is like around them, whereas elves have it like on their body, and it's kind of similar with Kunari. So I think that there's something about the blood within different races being awakened, the magic of it. And yeah, so there's some connection there. It's weird. I didn't explain this well.
No, I thought it was great.
Someone asked if ghosts don't actually exist in Dragon Age. I was going to touch on this and then didn't because I got distracted. Maybe ADHD. I'm not officially diagnosed, but probably. So yeah, ghosts, spirits, ghosts in Dragon Age. I need to look this up to confirm completely, but my understanding is that spirits sometimes form a connection with a person as they're passing, and their ghost is kind of a spirit taking on that kind of personality, kind of like Cole, and it's more of a reflection of like their kind of memories and their personality rather than ghosts existing. Most people don't actually believe in ghosts in Thedas. It's weird. I was going to touch on how we've seen memories in the different Dragon Age games to this point, because we do see it like in the Deep Road with the dwarves, and we see it obviously in Inquisition and other times that I can't remember. But yeah, so I don't think ghosts exist. It's spirits kind of mirroring real events.
Isn't there? Sorry, I'm going back to. Are we surprised? I'm going back to Fenris. Isn't there like a little nod that Varric does? Like he says something about knowing an old friend who told him he could trust the shadow dragons if he ever went to Deventer.
Yeah, so I don't know if that was Fenris or Dorian.
It could be either. It could be. I mean, I just feel like Dorian is going through the system, whereas the shadow dragons are more like underground.
Dorian has his own group called the Lucinari, I believe. So they are two separate groups. I think that they obviously would cross over, so he might have a contact there. But yeah, 100% Fenris could be with the Shadow Dragons. And I want to know if any of them were working with Solus, because when you go to Solus's hangout in Menrathus, there's slave chains there of slaves that he's freed. It's also said in the Missing comics that he has been helping and freeing slaves. So I wonder if the Shadow Dragons or the Lucinari have been actually working with Solus. I don't think Fenris would work with Solus, but I'd freaking kill to see it.
He would not. I've seen some hot takes on that. I've seen several months ago there was a little bit of a fandom drama argument that happened about somebody saying, well, Fenris would definitely work with Solus. And I was of the opinion that that was incorrect. I don't think that he would want to work with Solus. I think he could inadvertently, accidentally work for Solus, not knowing.
Yeah, I think that they'd be the middleman in between them and like one of the agents. And like I say, I do think that Solus does care about people. I think he cares about people a lot. It's part of the issue. He's just shit at talking to people. So freeing slaves is something. It's really interesting in Savannah Night. Sorry, I'm going to simp. But there's a moment where he comes across people who are using spirits to fight them, and he kills literally all of the people who are enslaving spirits to the necromancers that are doing it to free, and then frees the spirits, and they all work with him. And then this blood mage is saying that, well, he's doing it because why would these spirits work with him if he's not compelling them? And it's like, because he's trying to help them because they're trapped and you keep enslaving them. But yeah.
There are parts of Fenris's beliefs that overlap with Solus. I think Fenris would definitely draw the line at opening the veil. I don't think there's any way in hell he would be down for that.
Any way, shape or form. I think they'd work together on like the freeing the slaves angle, 100%, but not the veil. He hates magic. He hates magic. The people. Oh, that's a weird argument. Oh, what?
Yeah, people, because there was a comic that was very well done that was like Solus basically leveraging getting Hawk back to like force Fenris to work with him. I could see that.
Yeah.
But I don't see him willingly saying, yeah, let's open the veil. No.
No, he hates magic. He would not.
Restoring the glory of elves is not.
Yeah, because he doesn't care about elves, like with the whole Meryl thing. Oh, okay, that's what I thought. It was a slave thing.
What does that have to do with me?
Like, so weird. They played the game. Vine Whisper, who I think has left, but we're going to ask the question anyway, said, do you think that the VEILGUARD will have a Mass Effect 2 style high quest, everyone comes along thing? I was going to do a video on this and completely forgot, so thanks for asking. Did you guys play Mass Effect? Sorry, have you played Mass Effect, Daisy?
I have not, I know. It's crazy.
I will talk about this then. So in Mass Effect 2, there is a quest where you take everyone along and then you can choose them for like specific tasks. And if you choose the wrong companion or you haven't done their loyalty mission, they might die. So it's very high stakes. And I've never had anyone die. I haven't looked it up every time. I'm just very good. Oh, so it's not rocket science. If you know the characters quite well and what their like specialization is, then you will. Oh, thank you for roses and things. It's very kind.
Thank you guys.
Yeah, all the other stuff. Everyone's so lovely. Yeah, so I would love that. I've got to be honest, BioWare hasn't done anything where you take everyone for a very, very long time. So I 100% would love that. And you also had a moment, I can see this happening, where the team split off and you picked someone else to be the leader of that subset of team. And that could be a way that leads to like a sacrifice. 100%. So that would be, if you don't pick the right squad mate to lead the others, you might lose someone, because why would they stay at home?
Yeah.
Why? So doing that in Mass Effect, if you play Mass Effect, I know it's sci-fi. I don't like sci-fi. I played the magic class because I like magic. Literally, Mass Effect 3, I don't touch a gun. Like, I use something called biotic charge and then just punch people with magic. That's all I do. It's amazing. It's weeks. It's so good. You'd love it. Anyway, sorry, I could simp over Mass Effect. I actually prefer the Mass Effect series to the Dragon Age series because the story until Andromeda. I've never played Andromeda. We won't talk about it. But that story until the last 20 minutes of Mass Effect 3, which we ignore, is almost perfect. It's so well done. And there's replayability. The characters are just amazing. Play Mass Effect. Sorry. Oh, what chess piece do you think the Inquisitor, Morrigan, and the other characters would be?
I don't know if I would take it personally that literal. I don't know if there's like an assigned piece for everyone. I think of it more as like, if we're thinking of like who's in control of the chess board, my guess would be either Mythal or like we're trying to infer that there's somebody stronger than these two rooks, you know, and I don't know that I would take it so literally as to say, oh, Morgan is this piece and this character is this piece and this character is this piece. Kind of like how when Andy has talked about Varric being the chorus, like the conscience, it doesn't mean that everybody is assigned a role from like a Greek classical play. It means that we're taking bits and pieces of metaphors or parts to play in these different mediums and kind of giving an idea of what subconsciously we can expect from them, maybe. But I would love for other people to.
I did a video which did do it very literary, and I went through every VEILGUARD member and said which chess piece they were. Because I found some like thing about like the roles of them in the thing, and it just fit with a lot of them. So I have done that video. I can tag you, Vine, because no one wants to sit and listen to me talk about that. But I didn't do Inquisitor, Morrigan, and Varric, so I can do those because I am a very literal person. So that's how I do things. Horses Right. Inquisitor, because Solus is the rook, I want the Inquisitor to be the bishop, because again, they are like mirrors of each other, but in a different way. And so their lateral movements, I just think, will like complement each other in certain ways, and they can kind of come from things in different perspectives. So I would think that. Morrigan, I don't know, maybe probably I want her to be a queen, every fiber of my being. But she has this habit of like moving around the board in interesting patterns, like when she ends up in Olay. So she could possibly be a knight. I could see that. And then Varric, Varric is probably a pawn in the best way, because they have the potential of becoming any other piece because of the stories that he tells, and that's such an important part to his character. So I will take this literally, and that's how I would do it, and I'll tag you in the other video. Andy, have you got any thoughts?
Yeah, I think I saw a video by Mia who pointed out that there's the same number of Evanuris as there are companions. So you could think about if all of the Evanuris map to a chess piece, who on the companion side also maps to that chess piece. Because like we were talking about earlier, Rook and Solus are rooks. So it could be that we have Mythal Queen and Morrigan Queen. I don't know. Now I'm forgetting my other chess pieces, but yeah, it could be. And I don't remember how many. I know there's pawns, and then there's all of like the more sophisticated chess pieces. I don't know if there's 8 of those more sophisticated pieces, but could be something there.
No, because I had to, you had to double up, because when I did it, I had like the bishops were Emmerich and Neve, so I had to double up on positions, if that makes sense. So you have bishop, rook, queen, king, pawn.
I think that's it.
Sorry, just 1 second. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I think that's it. I'll make myself big while we go to the next question. Sorry, I don't know why I did that in this. Titans. When in doubt, it's Mythal. I need that on a t-shirt. I need to put when in doubt, it's Mythal.
That's actually so good.
Do you think Mythal is still a spirit of justice, or do you think it's an Anders situation? I think she was always an Anders situation, and that it's not actually as black and white as we see it, and that spirits and demons are more complex than we've potentially seen. Sorry, I'm just going straight in with this, because there is part of Inquisition when you go to the altar of Mythal to get the dragon, if you don't let Morrigan drink from the well. And your Inquisitor literally says that the temple felt like an area of justice, whereas this altar feels like something else. And I think it was hinting towards vengeance. And there's even a codex entry that says about calling Mythal for vengeance, as well as Elganon, and that was an ancient elf writings, one that you could only read if you drank from the well. So I think there's always been that dichotomy between spirits and demons, but it was just handled differently in ancient Alathan. I think it was linked to like how elves have different names, like Abelas changes his name to Sorrow. I think that dichotomy was just a bit more complex than what we currently understand. Anyone have any thoughts? I might be completely wrong.
Sorry, I was distracted by a needy cat.
You're okay.
It could be a possibility that spirits have become more unstable since the veil as well.
Oh yeah,
There may have been a higher level of stability and choice behind whether they're a spirit or a demon. But now there's this instability that, and we know that spirits desire to be a part of the corporeal world, right? Like they're blocked off. Yes. So that desire to be included may also affect how they shift.
That's exactly what Solus says. Yes. Solus says that spirits wish to join the living world. A demon is that wish gone wrong. So it's still a part of them, but something has happened to me. So it's exactly, yeah, that's, I mean, I listen to every word out of that man's mouth. Gospel to me, which is probably incorrect, but we'll find out very soon when I'm putting clown makeup on. David asked, do you think our rook should be an elf to get the best narrative experience? Andy, do you want to go?
Sure. So I would say no. I would think that they made this game with all the different playable characters in mind, and they'd make an effort to make all of those experiences really good. So again, I'm really hoping for high replayability here, and that you'll want to try different character races and factions so you can have a really great experience with each one. So my short answer is no. I don't think you have to play an elf to get like the best experience.
AZ, have you got any you want to add?
I guess I would just agree with that, honestly. I don't think that my hope would be that they've learned from. So my biggest issue with Inquisition was that you really didn't feel like you had as much autonomy depending on your race to the greater story, to your role in that story, as I think you should have. Origins, sets up this expectation that you're going to have that in Inquisition, and you just don't. I think unpopular opinion, a lot of people don't like that you couldn't choose in Dragon Age 2. I think Dragon Age 2 made the right decision for Hawke. I don't see how that character could have been anybody but a human with the position that they get into. Inquisitor, I think, probably was made with human in mind. And then they were like, oh, wait, people didn't like that about Dragon Age 2. Let's make it everybody. But then they didn't cater the role to your background. Like, to be a Dalish elf and have your own culture explained to you is a pretty bizarre choice. So my hope is that they learned from that and that they've implemented specific choices and interactions that make it feel like your background is suited to you. So I don't think it'll be one is better than the other, hopefully. Yeah.
I do think that Inquisition did elves better than Canarian dwarves. Canarian dwarves, they've done so. It's frustrating. Like I said before, the camera angles are even not right for them. It's so frustrating. But I do think, okay, yes, agree. I think human probably makes the most sense because they want to explain it to players who haven't played it before. So if you play a human, you're going to get that point of view easier because you don't know the Dalish culture. So, but they kind of had to have that there. But there was options from those moments where you could then say, oh, well, my clan was different, or my clan did this, or, oh, well, we heard this story. So they did, I think they at least tried with the elf and the dwarf. I don't know if they necessarily got it fully in the net, but I think there was at least an attempt with elves, but with Canarian dwarves, it was shocking. But for VEILGUARD, again, yeah, I'm really hoping that there is narrative choices that because they are your gods that are doing these things, that you will be able to express that. Because especially as I know a lot about Elven lore, that I'd like my rook to be able to engage in the conversations appropriately and not have it, again, like Inquisition, it explains to you without having an option. So hopefully they've done that well. And again, we're going to be fighting Canary. If you picked a Canary, the Canary... Inquisitor, Rook should have something to say about that's more integral to the plot that helps. Same with dwarves. If we do go to Kalsharok, I'm probably saying that wrong, they should say something about what a big deal that is and that kind of thing. And the humans are there. I don't like playing humans. The only reason I'm playing an elf is because I don't really like playing humans in fantasy games, but that's just me. But it's exception for Hawke. I actually agree that... Yeah. I hated Dragon Age 2 the first time I played it, I'm going to be completely honest, because they changed it so much that I freaked out. Might have been autism. But the second time I went back, you couldn't tell Hawke's story any other way. And that's the point, that you needed this character to see these events over a long period of time, because it's for it to be different from Origins. Otherwise, we're just playing go play Origins again. But the whole point was your choices and the time it takes. Whereas with Origins, it was the choices and impacts on the surrounding areas, making that choice for the Dalish or the werewolves and that kind of thing. So it needed to be different. Sorry, I talked a lot then. Number one, Sebastian Veil Lovers says, curious to know everyone's thoughts on the new companions or any theories you have around them. I might make this slightly shorter to say, which companions are you most excited to see more of? You can answer the full question, but that just seemed like a lot of a question. It's a good question. I'm awful. I'm sorry. Any thoughts on the new companions?
I have slightly controversial, but I think one of the Dalish elves is, so my theory on the fact that they included 2 Dalish elves in your party instead of 1 Dalish, 1 city, is that they are going to be conflicting in their views on what's happening with their gods, right? Because a city elf doesn't give a shit. They don't care about the elven gods. They don't even know about them. They don't care. So they have to put 2 Dalish for a reason. And I think it's because Davrin is going to feel one way and Belara is going to feel another. So my theory from the start has been that Belara, being this sweet, sunshiny like character, because that's the vibe that she gives off, is that she's going to be a betrayer at some point. That's how I feel about it, because all of our betrayers in the past, if you consider Morrigan to be a betrayer, I don't think she is, but very like gloomy, dark character. Anders, gloomy, dark character. Solus, cynical, kind of character.
Grim and fatalistic. Sorry.
No, you're right. You're right. And so you have to have you have to have somebody to contrast with that seems unexpected. I think there are going to be some wrenches, like some red herrings, kind of thrown in there, potentially with Lucanus and Spite. I think that could be like obviously he's going to betray you. But I think my intuition is telling me it's Belara, but I could be wrong. Who knows? Anyway.
Anne, do you want to go?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I've talked about Lucanus being a betrayer, potentially just because of all the imagery that's associated with him and pride demons, and Solus is associated with pride demons. Lucanus is also very purple, which is a color strongly associated with Solus and the Evanuris. It's associated with Morrigan as well. So that kind of made me wonder, is Lucanus going to be the party betrayer? I don't know. So that's been in the back of my mind for a while. I really agree with Belara and Davrin having different views on the elven gods. I think I was thinking Belara would be very pro.
Yeah,
and Davrin would be very against, because Belara's with the Fade Jumper faction. The way we hear some of her, I think we hear a Belara voiceover in the trailers where she's talking about our gods did this, our gods. The way she's saying that, it's more with like reverence. Mm-hmm. And you can tell there's some sort of personal association. Like she really associates with the gods. Mm-hmm. And if you don't care about the elven gods, I don't think you're going to react that way. So yeah, that would be very interesting. Veil Jumper, who has an affinity for the gods, becoming that party betrayer as well. So I could see that. But I'm going to stick with my Lucanus theory. All my Lucanus theories are probably wrong, but I'm gonna stick with them and see what happens. Emmerich, this is maybe a spoiler, but Emmerich sleeps in a coffin apparently. So he could be skeletal. He could be our skeleton, even though I think Lucanus is everything. Betrayer, right. Skeleton.
One of his hands isn't quite right as well.
So my theory on Emmerich is, so Navarra is known for mummifying its dead. It also has a city of the dead. My theory is that, Emmerich is undead. He's like the equivalent of like a mummy or like a living mummy or a good vampire. So he's not evil.
You and number one Sebastian Vale posted like the same thing.
Yes.
Like back to back. It was so funny. You were on my feed. Like next to me. It was so funny.
Yeah.
I love that theory. I think it's so fun. 100%. It makes me want it more. I want to.
Yes.
There's an Astarian plush behind me for a reason. I like a vampire.
I think his hand, the purple hand, is a mummified hand. That's my guess. I would guess that he's like a part of like whatever that undead city is. And
I think it's just called the Grand Necropolis. It's not even got like that.
Yeah.
It's a really boring name. Anyway.
I just had a thought about Emmerich's design. So he has all of these bracelets.
Yeah.
On his forearms. I wonder if
one of them's keeping his hand on. I think it's going to be like a thing, from the Adams family. We'll take it off.
He and the Inquisitor will have that in common. They can take off their arms.
I don't know if that's true. That's just half a joke. But if it is true, I'm calling it. Sorry, so I was going to touch on the companions a little bit as well, talking about the... Oh, okay, sorry, the screen went with. So I want to touch on the Balara and the Davrin thing from the Sarah point of view, which is always Solus focused. So, but I do think we're going to see their reactions to Solus's actions, because we have got a thing where we can agree or disagree, and I think Balara and Davrin are going to be very interesting, because I think that Balara is going to hate everything that Solus has ever done, whereas I think Davrin is going to actually kind of understand it, because Grey Wardens and that sense of duty, so I'm going to take him with me all the time.
That would make sense. That would make sense that Balara is more reverent to the Evanuris, the gods, whereas Davrin would be like, maybe we should listen to Solus and what he has to say.
I think that it's going to have that dynamic with the gods, because, like, I think that, I mean, I can't not listen to Solus in this game. It's not going to happen. So I want at least one companion who I can tell. And I think that Emmerich might also, with the spirit connection, because I do think that siding with Solus is going to be not the main thing in this game, but it is the dynamic between him and the companions has also been touched on by Epler, so that he will comment on the companions. So obviously they're going to comment on him. We've already seen it with Emmerich saying about the regret thing, and then Lucanus immediately says, "Oh, how can we use this against him?" So I think that that's going to be really interesting. I actually don't think there's going to be a party betrayer this time. I think the party betrayers might be Morrigan or Solus. I think that there's a distinct possibility that Solus will betray us if we've seen what he's like if you don't listen to him. And I think that he has good points. He just doesn't like not being listened to. So if you constantly disregard everything he says, he will probably betray us. I would. I'd betray us. But I am biased with every fibre of my being to that man. Dyslexia Sign says, if you play a second playthrough, what do you think your next race, class, and romance are going to be? I'm going to go first. I want to do a Grey Warden on my second run, because I think they're going to be quite integral to the plot, but I haven't decided if I'm going to do a man or a woman, because it's going to depend on if the calling still exists, because I'm not making a broodmother. And then they're going to romance Emmerich, because again, I want the ghoul and Emmerich thing. I just think that's hilarious. And Grey Warden, I feel warrior. And I want to do a dwarf because of their connection to the Fade. It doesn't exist, obviously, if you're a dwarf, you don't dream. So that with Solus, I think, will be really interesting. And I think that it also will be interesting, like, romancing Emmerich with that no connection. Because, again, I think I'm going to get hot professor vibes. So that's me. But yeah, probably warrior. But I think the Veil Archer looks good, but I might do that for a Veil Jumper. But probably warrior. I don't know which specialization yet. Maybe Berserker, because I think that'd be cute with Emmerich. I don't know. Azzy?
I think that I would want to do... So my first playthrough is definitely Mage, I think. I love playing Rogues, though. And it looks very similar to Dragon Age 2, but even better. Like, even more features, setting traps, things that remind me of, like, old school Baldur's Gate, actually. And I think I want to be an Antivan Crow and a Rogue, because I think those two things obviously naturally go together. I don't know if I would change from an elf, to be honest, in that playthrough, just because they're the most likely to be a crow, either a human or an elf. Maybe a Kunari just to change it up, but I also don't love what I've seen from the design of the Kunari, so we'll see if we can make a good-looking Kunari, then I'll do it, but maybe just Antivan Crow, Rogue, and race, we'll just see what I feel like at the time, so.
Yeah, I think probably Mournwatch the second playthrough. I think it would be cool. I don't know if you have to be, well, I guess you do have to be Navaran to do the Mournwatch. So I always thought Navarra was cool. So I think that would be really interesting. And then I think I would pick a class that would work with Mournwatch. I don't know if I wouldn't want to be another mage. I don't know if a Mournwatch rogue makes sense, but I definitely know I want to try the Mournwatch.
We do have, like, defenders of the Necropolis, so they're like like guards pretty much. So like they have non-mages that are part of the Mom Watch as well. It's incidental mode. So it did.
Yeah, I would probably try that because I would want to branch out for mage, and I would be human because I associate humans being.
Mom Watch. Have you seen the backstory about Mom Watch?
No.
It's a baby that's just found in a crypt.
Oh yeah.
They're so cool.
I had this theory that like the person that finds you could be Emmerich.
But I don't know if I want to date him though.
I know, that's what I'm thinking. Like, would I
I would want to date Emmerich at some point. Like, I really like Emmerich, and I'm all like, I love the info dumping characters. Like, that's also in real life. Like, I love to like listen and get all that information. Yeah, but if he found me as a baby, that's gonna be.
It doesn't say it was him. It doesn't say it was him. I don't think it will be. Because that would be weird if it will be. It might be. It might. He might have just given you away and then had nothing to do with you. Because, yeah. Oh God, there's going to be awful takes on Twitter.
They're already happening, so there you go.
The Varric is a Fed already came true.
No.
I refuse outright. Someone asked me to like go on Twitter, and I was like, no, it's a hellscape. I will stay in my Discord server, and you can dump the information here in the spoiler channel, and I will read it. I'm not going there. You can't make me.
Just some awful takes.
It's bad.
Twitter's just not fun. I'm just still going through the comments looking for questions. People started talking about Mass Effect. I love Mass Effect so it was Mythal all along. I need to record that as a song 100%. Can spirits cross the veil? No, not really. That's why they possess people, and that's why the mages are repressed and the veil is bad, and we need to do something, but not tear it down and kill everyone. Come up with a different answer. Stupid bald man. I don't understand why they made the Elf Inquisitor Dalish instead of Andrastian. I kind of do understand that, in my opinion, because there's so much leading up to the gods, and I think having that Dalish Inquisitor makes kind of sense. In my opinion, this is just my opinion, I talk nonsense all the time, but I do think that it makes sense from a human to play an Andrastian, but I think that if you want to replay the game with different takes and different ideas in Inquisition, if they also had the Elven Inquisitor to be Andrastian, it just kind of limits those options and those like specific dialogues that they did put in for the elf about the like gods and things, and I think it made it slightly more interesting. I also think that the soulless romance would not have worked in any way, shape or form if it was not your god. That's the kind of, and I am so sorry to make it about soulless, but that would have sucked if it was like that 100%. That's my opinion. Do you think that the elf should have been Andrastian or Dalish gods?
I wish that we had had a choice, I would say.
Yeah.
Because I'm not personally as interested in being a Dalish, because I feel like they kind of gloss over, since Fenris, really honestly, they've kind of glossed over the hardships of the city elves. Yeah. It's kind of like, I don't know. I feel like that's such an important, Zevran and Fenris are such important narratives on like how Thedas works and like why they would not be invested in somebody like Solus. And so I think being able to play that part where you're like not trying to understand Solus and you're like, wait a second, no, like you're dismissing like my existence entirely. You're not even taking into account like what it's like for somebody like me. Whereas I feel like with the Dalish, it's more just like, oh, you've been misinformed, which is a little bit different, I think. But yeah.
Yeah, there's lots of things in Inquisition that could have been a choice that they just didn't do. It's so annoying. Andy, have you got anything you want to add?
Yeah, I think I would like, I don't know if it makes, I would definitely have liked to have a city elf choice and a Dalish elf choice. I think that would have been really great. And I think it makes sense to me for the Dalish elf to be either like worship the gods or don't believe in the gods. I really liked the Llewellyn I made was a first that took the responsibility of being a first really, really seriously. But what?
Mine was a second. So the one.
Oh, I was saying like the first of the clan.
Yeah. So you were first and you have seconds. So never mind. Carry on. I'll shut up.
Oh, sorry. I don't know. I'm getting Laura. I was going to be keeper. Okay, whatever that is.
No, right. I just interrupted to I was being stupid. You're okay.
Oh, okay. Anyway. The bottom line is I wanted my Llewellyn to be like an atheist. I wanted the conflict between Llewellyn that is a first, takes that job really, really seriously, but also just does not have that faith or belief. So that like kind of tearing them, that's an internal conflict. It's really difficult. But so I like the option of, because I mean, that's something I relate to personally, being raised Catholic and feeling, and it having like cultural importance in my family, but me not feeling that spiritual connection anymore. And it's like, it's really hard. Yeah. To balance both, because you want to carry the culture forward in some ways, but then if you don't believe it, it's like anyway. So I wanted to explore that. I wish we got to explore something like that. I wish it even mattered in Inquisition too. I was going to say I wish being Dalish even mattered. Yeah, that's my ramble.
It really does if you romance Solas. Like being Dalish.
Oh, it does. No, it does come out there, but I wish it mattered.
Being Dalish really matters is if you romance Solas. It feels like it's hand-fisted. Like that's the only. When he says, "What was I supposed to say? That I was the great betrayer of your people." Like that line only works because you are Dalish. But like if you weren't Dalish, then that would. I don't know how they made that work, but I make everything Solas related because that's where my hyperfixation brain is at. But I was going to say that I think that Davrin. I'm kind of hoping that he might be that person raised with those beliefs who might not be as strongly linked to them, if that makes sense. I think being a Grey Warden, when you see so much death and hardship and other things, he obviously has the Valor Slim, but maybe he might be that kind of representation of the Dalish people who aren't as... Because we don't see it. I can't think of a single Dalish who isn't just the gods. I can't. Cause even like they disagree, like Meryl and her keeper, but even Meryl believes, and
that's really why I think we're having two Dalish in our party, because if you have a city elf, they're just not invested, right? Yeah. Like my city elf is just not going to give a shit. Like their world is not being rocked by anything to do with the elven gods. Like they're just like, okay, whatever, like bunch of ancient people, I don't really care. But like a Dalish, even if they don't believe, is going to have like a moment where they're like, oh shit, they are real, just not the way I thought they were.
Yeah.
Either way, right? And so then that's where I think you're gonna have, because there has to be a duo that's always arguing. It's a staple, right? And I fear it's going to be Davrin and Belara.
I think you're 100% right. I agree.
You know, because I can't think of anybody else who would have, maybe Tosh and Emmerich, I guess.
Yeah. But I don't know who else would clash like that.
I feel like Lucanus is going to be a dumpster fire, and he's going to get on everybody, so... It is what it is.
Yes, Nev flirts with him immediately. Nev immediately flirts with because it says about the spirit having good taste. It's like,
settle down, Nev.
Des has asked, what role do you think that the Inquisitor will play? Will Act, do you think we'll see them? Well, the Inquisitor is definitely in it, so that answers. But what role do you think the Inquisitor is going to play? Aza, you can go first. I didn't make myself big to answer this question, so you're already big.
I probably have a very different answer than these two because I'm not Solavellan. So my thoughts are that I am not expecting it to be as much as some people are. And I think it's going to be maybe a little more than Hawk, but not much more. I think that the Inquisitor is going to come along for, like, my guess is going to be the Act 1, like, big scene. I think there's a reason that we were not able to be shown much of that footage in the reviews from people, because they played that entire sequence, from what I understand. So I also know that Kala liked a comment or a video when I made this statement, so I also feel very confident because she played the game. But basically, I think it's going to be the Inquisitor is going to be there for a major quest, and they're going to be kind of like Hawk, maybe a companion at that point, coming along and figuring something out. And I think the reunion between the Inquisitor and Solus is going to happen in that, whatever that quest is. They may stick around as like an advisor, or they may stick around for like the end game battle, because we've heard something about everybody comes back because it's such a big deal. But I don't know that they'll be like center stage for very long, if that makes sense. I feel like it's going to be limited, but yeah.
I keep accidentally clicking things that invite people to stuff, and I didn't mean to. So ignore that if you get that. I'm sorry, I don't know what I'm doing. Andy, have you got thoughts?
Yeah, I have a lot of thoughts on this. I have so many thoughts, and I'm trying to organize them. So I'm very confused about what the Inquisitor's role is going to be. I keep going back and forth. I don't think it was very hyped by the fandom for a while, and I do not think it's going to meet that hype. Also, I have seen Kala, who has actually played the game, like as he said, I have seen her say that it's not, don't inflate your hopes too much for what we're going to get. What?
Is that what she said?
Yeah, she did, because I was asking her about it. I was very sad. Well, okay, let me back up. So what I have heard is that we cannot play as the Inquisitor.
Yeah.
And Kala confirmed that when she interviewed Epler. And then I can't remember the exact context now, but Kala also said like something along the lines of don't get your hopes too high. Like, don't expect too much from getting the Inquisitor back. And I hope I'm not like absolutely butchering what she was saying, but that was the takeaway. So I've tempered my expectations a lot more since then. However, I keep going back and forth because with us only getting 3 choices, that does not allow enough branches for us to have a really substantial interaction with Solus, in my opinion. So I either feel like, and I hope this isn't true, I either feel like they're going to gloss over it and we're going to get a lot less than we expect, or we're going to at least, we might not be able to play as the Inquisitor, but we have some dialogue options. Because whether to stop or save Solus is not, to me, is not a good proxy for what our relationship is with him, even if we romanced him. Because if you romance him, you could want to stop him, but still have but still love him, right? That's an option. And I have no idea how they would represent that. If you romance Solus and you want to save him, you could still like not want to be with him romantically. So I'm just thinking about all these different permutations. How are they going to do that without dialogue options? I don't know. And if not playing as the Inquisitor means no dialogue options, I'm like, this either means that Epler's lying and we're going to get more, and there's some things that Kala doesn't even know about yet, or that it is going to be less than we think. So anyway, I'm sorry. I have way too many thoughts on this.
That's okay. I think that it's going to be quite binary based on choices from in Trespasser. I think it's pretty much just going to be the state that your Llewellyn is in with Solus by the end of Trespasser is how it's going to carry on. So if you broke up with him in Trespasser, that is that interaction that you got to choose in Trespasser. So if your Inquisitor has changed since then pick that you're not in a relationship option. But I think it's just that is kind of the thing. I think they're going to have to be binary on this because I don't think they're going to get as... They can't do a dialogue option for every permutation of Solar Velen or Solus relationship.
That's true.
It's going to be If you're friendly with him, choose. If you want to have a friendly relationship with Solus, choose that you want to save him. If you want an antagonistic relationship with Solus, choose that you want to kill him. If you choose that you're in a relationship with Solus, then you will have the same options, and that will change the banter. But yeah, it's only going to be those different paths, because I don't see how else you can't code it a different way if you're not. And my literal brain is just like, so I want obviously the nicest relationship I could possibly have, so I will pick the two nicer options. But if you don't want that, pick the other options, because otherwise you've got to go in with what you're expecting to get. That's just the information we have so far. So the actual role that the Inquisitor like plays in the game, I'm hoping for an advisor type role. Like, we can chat to them like we could with Hawk on the Bellman. We get some information about like if they're with whoever they're with. I want a scene with the Inquisitor and Dorian. If you romance them, like,
Yeah, me too.
they turn up together and they're living together, they're married, they've got cats. I don't care. They're together and they're happy in their little. I don't care. They have to be together in a room, or I will be so mad. But I think Dorian's going to be an advisor as well, so I think that'll be easy. So there's that. But yeah, I don't think you can play as them. There'll be an advisor. I mean, Hawk is kind of an advisor at one point. They're like stood on a rooftop and you can go talk to them.
Yeah.
So I do similar stuff. I just don't want it to be a binary, you're dead or you're not dead choice with
Somebody had a question multiple times, I think it was Hannah, about our thoughts on, I think it was the Tevinter Chantry. And like,
I've been asked that before. Hey, Hannah.
yeah, but I don't know if somebody wants to start on that, but yeah.
We know very little about the Tevinter Chantry other than they worship, and so they are Andrastian, but they see Andraste as a mage, not just as a regular person who had divine gifts from the Maker, which I believe, like the natural events that help Andraste seem like magic. So I think that that's a very interesting way of saying it. The way that it's the black divine and it's a man is interesting. I don't know. It seems archaic to me to have these like gendered boundary things in the church. I don't know why they went for that route. It seems strange. I don't like it very much. Weird thing. But other than that, I probably won't like it because I don't like the Chantry. The whole magic is made to serve man thing they still have, but the best way that mages can serve is by ruling them. I think it's hilarious.
The Templars are kind of like, it's kind of a gesture of like, see, we have Templars too, but they don't really do much. I think from what I understand, pretty much every Magister is doing some kind of nefarious magic in the background. And when Templars catch you doing bad magic, it's because somebody was paid to like get you killed, basically.
That's pretty much what Dorian says.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think actually the most interesting Chantries are Navarra and Ravain. I would like to hear, we're going to hear more because of the Morn Watch, but Ravain would be cool to hear from because they have like seers. They actually allowed mages to see their family and stuff like that. So, yeah.
Ravain, I'm a little disappointed, and I know it's really, really early to tell, but everything we've seen has just been like ruins on a coast. We haven't seen any like cities from Ravain yet, and I was hoping to see these really like colourful. And I know we're seeing Antiva, but we haven't like seen anything of the actual culture. I think it's just going to be pirates, and that. So I hope not. That's kind of why I'm also going to play a Lord of Fortune to see if we get some more of the Ravain, especially as a Lord of Fortune mage. We might maybe get some more Ravain lore because they seem really interesting, but I really hope we see actually some of it than just pirates. Andy, have you got any thoughts on the Tevinter Chantry?
Yeah, really, I was going to talk about how you already touched on this, Sarah, how it's men are the clergy in Tevinter instead of women in Southern Thedas. I guess as thinking about it as analogous to Catholicism, I thought that was interesting because Catholicism is super gendered. Like to this day, only men can be priests. They did loosen it up a little bit with the altar servers. So now girls can assist the priest during the mass. But that was like that's like new. I think that was a thing like when I was a kid, which wasn't that long ago. So it's pretty recent.
I was raised Protestant, so we were always had like women.
Oh yeah, no, that's not a. So when I heard that about Tevinter, I was like, oh yeah. I was like, to have it so gendered and Southern Thetis and Northern Thetis, I was like, yes, feels right for an oppressive.
It's ancient Rome. It's ancient Rome, ancient Byzantine Empire, I believe, are the influences there. So makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great point between Orthodoxy and Roman Catholicism.
Yeah. Yep.
Hannah also asked if you didn't disband the Inquisition, is your Inquisitor going to be pro-chantry? I fucking hope no. Sorry. I could talk about this. I'm gonna not disband the Inquisition because I wanted to make my drama run, which that video was aged well, where I posted the choices I was going to make going into it for the most amount of drama. The one that, well, all three I'm sticking with, which is Romance Solus, try to save him, and keep the Inquisition, because the role play reason is that she wants as much help as possible to try and like save him and stop him and blah blah blah. I think it's a terrible idea, because literally he tells you it's a terrible idea, and I normally listen to him, but she's just not in the right state of mind, and neither am I. But I really hope that doesn't make them pro-chantry, because fuck the chantry. I just want people on the streets finding this man, and anyone will do. So I hope they do, especially as a Daily Shelf Inquisitor. I hope not. Boo. As a mage, Daily Shelf Inquisitor. Boo. Boo the chantry. I hate them. If they do that, I might reload. Like, that would really annoy me.
Yeah, and that's sort of what I was thinking about with how can we not have dialogue? I'm sorry to harp on this, but like, that's why it does limit us if we don't have any dialogue options for the Inquisitor. And I know they can't, it's impossible to think of every permutation, but there are just, I meant to actually write down the different combinations.
Yeah.
There's just there's a layer that's missing that typically I would assume they would cover with having 2 or 3 dialogue options. But yeah, it's just, I don't know.
Weeks is writing it. I have faith. He's done solo rounds. They have done. Sorry, misgendering people. I suck. They've done really well so far. I have that poem that they just casually wrote in that freaking book. Like, I've got faith that they'll come up with something that isn't terrible. Like, they know what they're doing, and it's the whole fucking Solus saying "say sorry to the Inquisitor" in Winter Nights.
Oh wait, what is this?
Solus in Winter Nights, the one with the wig. He says to Chatter to say sorry to the.
Oh yes. Oh yes. So cool. Well, now, and we have his romance card now, which I am like, all right. Okay.
So I based even off that romance card, like, you know the vibe. The vibes are vibing. I have faith, but yeah, it's not gonna please. You can't please everyone. As long as it pleases me. But yeah, no. Are you disbanding or not disbanding the Inquisition, just out of curiosity? That's the one.
I'm disbanding because that was my choice at the end of Inquisition, so I was just going to carry that over. To be honest, I haven't even thought about the implications. I was like, I'm disbanding it.
Yeah, same.
It makes logical sense. I know that I'm going to make a bunch of terrible choices my first run, so I was like, let's just go full hog. I'm never going to choose to kill Solus, though. That's an option I'm never going to say. I'll get so much other people's videos, because I'm never picking that, ever. Even my Canary was best mates with him. Can Solar Velen's scene be seen from Rook's perspective, like they saw Llewellyn react a certain way? When you say scene, I immediately went to a romance scene in my head. Which I just want someone to comment about, like, Llewellyn leaving Solus's room. That's all, because he was not going to be stuck in the Fade forever. I just want one little comment, like we get with Dorian and Iron Bull. We don't need to see it. I'll get the fan fiction. I just need a comment that it's happened.
I would take that. I would take that.
We don't need to see it. I'll get the fan fiction. I just need a comment that it's happened.
I would take that. I would take that.
Yeah, I think we're going to see all the drama between Soul Llewellyn and Solus. I mean, I think we'll see it with Llewellyn and non-romanced Inquisitors and Solus. There has been a promise made at the end of Trespasser that they will have an interaction. We will get that interaction. I think that it will be kind of similar to how it was in Trespasser. We got a kiss scene if you romanced him. You didn't get the kiss scene if you didn't romance him. That would have been weird. So I think they'll do similar things to that, where the end point will be the same, but the path to get there will be different. They can take a break and come back, and it carries on. But yeah, any thoughts on the Soul of... I'm going to say just Inquisitor scene and Solus.
I hope that it is actually something that resolves questions. I'm not overly confident that it will. But I also know that Trick Weeks wrote Solus, so, you know, maybe maybe they put extra care into that particular scene. I don't know. It's just going off of what we've kind of heard. It's like...
I've heard like the opposite though. Like I read an article of the person who wrote the game saying that as a Soul Llewellyn writing this game, we had a promise to make two specifically said about Soul Llewellyns and said that they feel like they've done a good job. So I don't know. I have faith. Even if how do you feel that like Trespasser was handled? Because I thought they did Trespasser pretty well for both non-romanced and romanced Inquisitors. So.
I'll let you guys speak more on that, just because I'm not the biggest like Inquisition person. But yeah, you guys can go.
It's hard because I mean, because I'm so in the romance trenches that it's hard for me to be unbiased about how it was for. That's not true. So I did when I came back to playing Dragon Age. So I hadn't played Dragon Age for years until this year because I just got out of gaming, and Baldur's Gate 3 brought me back into gaming. I mean, that's not necessarily true. I was playing God of War, Uncharted, stuff like that, but to get back into RPGs was Baldur's Gate. And I did Cullen's romance first, because my sister had been begging me to romance Cullen forever, so I was like, finally, I'll do it. And so I did do the Solus scene with a non-romanced, and I still thought it was handled in a good way. You could have the dialogue options that meant that you were friendly, you weren't as friendly, and you got that point across. So I have faith that Weeks knows what they're doing when they're writing Solus and they're writing the Inquisitor. So I think even if it's not a long amount of time, what we get will be good.
That's my expectation, is that it won't be a long sequence, that it will be something to resolve. I don't know. I think for me, it might be sufficient. I don't know. Some of the expectations I'm seeing is like the Inquisitor will be there for a long period of the game, or be a huge influence on a lot of the game. And I just think, based on past expectations, based on things they've said about integrating choices with Hawk and the Warden and that choice, I think that the Inquisitor will make the appearance they need to make to resolve things, and then not much more. They might show up in the final battle, but I don't think they'll be at like a consistent presence.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Andy, have you got any points?
Yeah, I think what, as you said, makes a lot of sense. You know what? At this point, I just don't even know. I don't know what we're gonna get. I was hoping for a scene very much like Trespasser, because you're not really in Trespasser. You're not really playing as the Inquisitor, but you do have like dialogue options. So I was expecting something like that again, like Trespasser 2.0. But
I think we're gonna. There might be like, because right, you're playing as Rogue and you're watching this scene happen. So I think there's also going to be an opportunity that you let them have longer to talking to each other, or you can choose to cut them off. I think that there's also a possibility, because we are playing a video game as a new character. how nosy is your character in this relationship? How bought in is this new character to this relationship? So that might be a way that they make it also a rook choice, because they might be there for the drama and want to hear what's going on, and it's like, I'm just gonna hang around because to give us a little bit more. But yeah, I don't think we're gonna choose choices. I think there'll be a confrontation. They'll be at each other. You could probably, like Cassandra and Varric have the confrontation, and you pick sides between them. So it might be a bit like that, where you can kind of like put it a bit longer. But I don't know. I have vibes that I don't think that the Inquisitor is going to have a massive point on the plot, but I think the confrontation will be satisfying, even if it's only like a 5 or 10 minute scene. I still think that they could do a lot with that, and then it can fade to black. That's all I need.
Oh yeah. No, I'm more interested. I think
we all think kind of similar things, but expectations and like the way we're coming from it just might be slightly different. But yeah, I think we're all kind of expecting like a shorter scene. The Inquisitor's not going to have that much to do with the end decision, but they'll give their point of view and might be alive. Oh yeah, so someone said about the Inquisitor being the Chantries don't interact, so the Inquisitor being it probably won't come up if the Inquisitor is Andrastian or sides with the Chantry or believes with the Chantry stuff, because why would Rook care? Which is a good point. I would also love to see more Ravane stuff. Sorry, that's where we're up to on the thing. Oh yeah, someone did say about the Orthodox. I'm so behind on chat. Sorry, guys. I'm going to skip over any more Chantry questions because I feel like we've answered them to a point. They've talked up the angst a lot in VEILGUARD, so I'm hoping. Can we just say what we're all feeling? This is Jenny internally. Us Solar Vellans are scared as fuck and anxious. Yes. Every fiber. I've cried. I woke up the other night just crying that this man might die. I know that I'm too invested in this game. It's a real problem. But that's because I've got like personal stuff with like grief, and I'm like fixated on this character that's also going through grief, and I know that my relationship with him isn't like healthy. But it's like it's why I keep watching like sad things, so I get it in my head that he might not survive because I'm too fixated on it. I trust weeks with my firstborn child. Sorry, I'm just reading out the funny comments. As do I, little Nepo baby. That's a great name. The fact that Trick Weeks wrote the most tragic characters from Mass Effect, but they weren't romance options. So, the other guys. I just wish they chose their own canon. Inky and Solar's in the kitchen throwing dishes at each other. I got my phone. Okay, I've actually caught up with all the questions from chat. So if you've got a question, ask it immediately and you'll have it answered. I might be in the minority, but I just feel not as invested in the Inquisitor at all. That is, like I say, I honestly believe there'll be like an interrupt thing where if you're Rook and you're watching these people that you have no interest in, you can just walk away. Like, I legitimately think that'll happen. Oh, thank you for the finger heart thing. I do it back. Do we choose in VEILGUARD if our Inquisitor was a warrior, rogue, and mage? I believe so.
Yeah.
Oh. I think so.
Yeah, you can for each faction. Yeah.
So for your Inquisitor, we can choose for Inquisitor if they were what their class was.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood the question. I would think so.
I've seen the screen.
Yeah, I haven't seen the screen, so I wasn't sure. But yeah,
I think I've seen the screen for an elf who's a rogue. Or yes, I've seen that one. So I assumed you could also choose elf as a mage.
I would think if they didn't have that option, it would convince me that the Inquisitor isn't going to fight with you. But if they do have that option, like, they're definitely fighting with you at some point. Like,
someone makes this horrible line that I'm going to talk about because I have a father who's disabled. But when they say their adventuring days are over because they lost a limb, I wanted to punch my own Inquisitor in the face. Like, what the fuck? That's no. You can choose to retire because you're bored of it, but I don't think that saying losing a limb means, oh, I can't adventure anymore.
They said that?
Yeah, they say it. They literally say it at the end of Trespasser. They say, my adventuring days may be behind me. Shut up!
Yeah, I hope they fix that, because that is, no.
If it's because of, like, from whatever, if it's another, like, in-canon reason that magic and all the effects from the anchor, blah, blah, blah. But, no, it just seemed like, because they're just walking about fine. It seemed a little bit, but with the prosthetics that we've seen with Nev and Tash, I'm really glad that they've got some, like, not ableist, the opposite. We've got some disability, like, representation in the game. I'm really excited to see that, and yeah, that's great.
Me too, because that is an awful thing to say.
It makes me want to throw a controller at the screen every single time. Sorry, I'm wearing my earrings that are like, you know, Lord of the Rings with the leaf from thing and the little daggers. So I thought of Andy when I put these on today.
Oh, nice. The Lembus, is it Lembus or no? The Malorn leaves, Malorn leaves that the
they wrapped the red in. Yeah, I saw that. I was like, oh, I'm gonna wear these today because I'm with Andy.
Yay! I love them.
I think they're from Golden Petal Emporium. I think they're on TikTok. They're great. I got these from a board game convention. Anyway, Mina asked, will you guys stream your first playthrough or play it yourself offline? I will stream. I have a Twitch stream in my bio. Watch me. I'm currently doing Soul of Ellen Inquisition stuff. It's on YouTube as well, which this will be on YouTube if people don't mind. I will put the Q&A on YouTube for people to watch if they want.
I can figure it out.
If I can
figure out how to do it, then sure.
Are you guys going to stream?
If I can figure it out, yes, because I have a console. So I don't know. I've heard that's kind of complicated. So if I can figure it out, probably. I'm trying to figure out, like, how can we all hang out with each other when this game comes out? Because
I've got a Discord server, which is what I'm using, and I have specific spoiler channels for voice chat and not spoiler channels. So you go to the channel that you want to talk in, because I literally sometimes just stream the YouTube videos in my like voice channels that we all react to, like the Lucanus scene. We all did it together. It's been really lovely. It's like a little community. My Discord server's ace.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's so fun. That's so much fun to have that.
When I'm streaming, and people are really nice in the stream, and yeah, I love the little community that this little TikTok's got me. It's just really, really nice. I barely talk to my husband because I'm just in Discord.
He should get on Discord. What's he doing?
He's about Dragon Age. I'm just watching him play that Frostpunk game, and it's like, play Dragon Age. Anyway, sorry. AZ, are you gonna stream?
If I can figure it out. For me, I have a PC, so I was gonna say I might hit you up.
Let's go on Discord, because then I can send you pictures and stuff. But I use OBS.
Okay.
And I just connected it to. I just made a Twitch stream and connected it to that, and it's been going pretty well.
I can definitely record. That is not an issue at all. But it's mostly figuring out how to live stream. I would probably go from TikTok.
I don't want to do that. I tried to do that and it said no, because I had to have some followers on Twitch for it to then let me do it on. So I'm going to try again now. I've been doing it on Twitch. We'll talk offline about this. But yeah, DM me and I'll try and help. But yeah, streaming's fun. Mostly.
Yeah. I think I would enjoy it. I used to do, on my art channel, I used to do streaming, and it was a lot of fun, but it's complicated to connect your game to things, so we'll see, but maybe.
Streamlab. Okay. About Solas's fear of dying alone. So how do you think that? I mean, let me know when you want to start, because I'll just keep talking. What I do. But yeah, Alistair says about Solas's fear of dying alone. Do you think that's going to come into the game? I'm going to go with Andy because you look like you're really excited to say something.
Well, I'm not excited about this because, yes, I do think it's coming into the game. The Nightmare Demon's prophecy is going to come true.
Yep.
And Solas's own, as he pointed out, like dramatic irony moment in the beginning, the story does not end in my downfall. There's a path where it ends in his downfall, and that downfall is dying alone. That is not our only option, for sure. That is not the only way his story is going to end, but it's one of them. So I think his bad path, the worst case scenario for him, will be he ends up dying alone. He's responsible for his own destruction, and he has his worst possible end.
I would say when it comes to being the embodiment of pride, if that's what he's representing, he either has to eat some humble pie or faces his end. I mean, there's no... With somebody who's willing to do actions that are going to have the consequence of killing hundreds, thousands, millions of people, you have to show that you feel the value of that life that you are willing to sacrifice. And I think that means the attempt of being willing to sacrifice your life. That doesn't mean that it's a successful sacrifice, but the willingness, he has to think, in my opinion, for his story to be satisfying, he has to think that what he's about to do is going to take his life, in my opinion, for him to be kind of redeemed and not have his die alone moment. I think if he goes down a path where he's not willing to make a sacrifice, then yeah, I think he'll be left alone with his own pride. Yeah.
Well, I do think that that's right, based on the I walk the giraffe Chiral, there's only death on this journey.
D9 Chiral, I think, yeah.
Already knows that he's probably going to die at this point, and he doesn't want Llewellyn to see that. I think that's one of the reasons that he, like when you say, I'll come with you, I think there's a sense of him, he doesn't want to see the person that he wants to become, because there's a moment when you can say to him, I didn't think you were the kind of person to do that, Solus, and he says thank you, because he wants to be that good person. But it's like that sunk cost fallacy. He's come so far, he's lost so much to get to this point that he feels like he can't stop, which is... But yeah, I think that he already is seeing himself as this martyr, and he hates himself for what he's doing. He says that he wants to find another way, so I think he 100% is willing to sacrifice himself. But I also think that he knows that what he's doing is wrong. He literally can't see another option to free every single spirit that's trapped. Like the artwork of that map with all those hands grasping out to get out of a prison. It's not just the Everneris that are trapped. There's every single spirit, which if that's a reflection of every single life that's already been lost, that's millions of lives that are trapped. So he just feels like he's caught between worlds, which is so ironic based on his walking between the Forgotten Ones and the Everneris. It's still that same thing. He's walking between these two worlds. He's trying to prioritize maybe one over the other, but he can't see another option, and he can't leave it like this. So, yeah, I do think the dying alone thing is 100% likely, and I think that he needs to collaborate. He needs to work with people. He needs to find another option, which is hinted at in the callback as well, with the DNA. But it's so good. I love it. I hate it. I love it. I hate it.
So I saw somebody was asking about how the Everneris will show up and affect Dalish identity. We actually, I think, kind of covered that with the theory that Davrin and Valara might be at odds. I think that's how they're going to show that. I really do think that the reason we have two, because at first it annoyed me that we had two Dalish elves in our party, but when I think about it, I'm like, well, there's a purpose for that. And I think it's because they both need to be invested in the gods coming back, which means there's going to be a conflict, is my assumption. But you guys feel free to give your thoughts.
Sorry, I just dissociated for a minute. What was the question?
just kind of rehashing how we think the Everneris reappearing would affect Dalish identity, basically.
Andy, do you want to go?
Yeah, I do think we covered it earlier with Balara and Davrin being on opposing sides. I think what was really interesting to me was Balara, and I think Epler said this too. Balara like takes it personally. She feels personally responsible that her gods are wreaking havoc on the world. And I've been meaning to think about this. I don't know how I feel about that, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's kind of weird. Like, that's not, that just didn't feel great. So I'm not really sure where they're going with that. And again, I've bookmarked this in my brain. I haven't really given it a lot of thought. But that just stood out to me as something strange. And there was something Epler also said about Balara. There's a Balara article. I can't remember if it was Game Informer or IGN. But one of those articles did a deep dive in Balara. And some of the things they were saying about her, I was wondering about.
Yeah, I think she's got ADHD, which isn't cool.
Well, that's cool. I appreciate that representation.
I don't know. I'm getting weird vibes from Balara already, and we know so little. However, if you listen to Vows and Vengeance, there is a moment where she threatens to murder Hashem, and I thought that was really good. It's the moment that I really was like, oh, there is like a little bit. Because I feel like they've really pushed this like bubbly personality thing, which I tend to not like people that remind me of me. Like, it's why I didn't immediately get on with Gail, because I'm an info dumping nerd. So when like I see this like bubbly like femme person, I it's just self-loathing. But I was like, yeah, you're gonna wind me up because you're gonna remind me of me, and that's how I feel like people see me. But yeah, the identity with the Evanuris and how it affects like the Dalish thing, I think is gonna be really interesting. I don't think. See, there's one way that I was thinking that Fenris could come back, and it's if the whole Valasleen thing makes them slaves and it is a thing. Because I don't think the regular Valasleen will do it. I think it'll be... We see drawings of what looks like the sarcophagus that Fenris is used in Fen'Harel Sanctuary in Trespasser, and with a bunch of slaves around it. So I wonder if there was something with that and about... Of a way to bring Fenris into this as we save him and he's fine, but because Solus wouldn't have the spell, and I think maybe if like we see the memory of him saving the other like slaves, and then we can help Fenris, that would be an interesting way to like bring it in and have him have a bigger role. And actually, he's not Dalish, so it's not related to the question, but I thought about.
No, that's cool.
Lippo Nepo Baby says, do you think that Solus was cooking in that lighthouse or just living off instant noodles or instant ramen?
Yeah, here that's accurate of Solus.
Living off instant ramen. I'm going to talk about it. There's the table where there's just the one place saying and he's alone. I'm going to cry so hard when I see that in game. By the way, also, I just want to point out that they've said, I talk a lot, tell me to shut up, that there's a reflection of the lighthouse gives you what you need. And the fact that he's been living in a complete hole, apart from one place setting on a table, because he doesn't think he deserves happiness or anything nice, because he hates himself. Great.
I need to see an Inquisitor's hand joke hidden in the lighthouse somewhere.
Technically, that he leaves without it. You could see it as he's walking away, because I do so many edits of that scene. But it would be great if he's there. And he leaves the wig on the table. Like that in the Tevinter Nights. He leaves it on the table, so he doesn't even have the wig. I hope he goes back for it. I hope there is a wig stand in that goddamn lighthouse somewhere.
Yes, I hope. We gotta see the wig. We gotta see the Inquisitor's mummified hand or whatever.
I did the Pink Pony Club edit with the Phantom of the Opera thing, because I think he's such a massive theatre kid that I want like an entire room of costumes. I would die for that.
I can't wait to go through his stuff. And I need to stay in his bedroom. I'm going to find where it is. That's my room, okay?
Have you seen, there's been a room that Uni Fadewalker's leaked. I won't say what it is, but if you want to see more Solus stuff, there's a room that has been in the lighthouse that is a Solus room. I won't say what it is if you haven't seen it, because it's good to experience it. Again, I cried I'm gonna cry.
They're just full of those like Easter Island statue type heads.
People got so mad at me when I made that meme about it being a soulless head, and I'm like, it's a joke, mate. Come on. Have you got any thoughts? Sorry, I've just been rambling.
Oh no, you're good. You're good. No, you're good.
Martin asked, what information will BioWare release this month before the game comes out? Any thoughts? The character creator.
I would love for the character creator to come out. I don't really want any more about the plot or environments. I think I've seen enough. I don't need more of that. I just would love to have the character creator, to be honest. I don't know why they wouldn't release it other than they don't have a stable way to without it being attached to the game. I don't know how that works, but if Dragon's Dogma can figure it out, I feel like yeah, I feel like they can. But
Andy, have you got anything that you'd want BioWare to release early?
Just the character creator. I don't need any more plot. If I have more spoilers, I'm gonna like lose my mind. I don't mind. The ones I do have, I think, are fine and are not gonna disrupt my enjoyment of the game at all. But like, it's too much. Every time devs talk about something, I don't know, it stresses me out. So just character creator. Sarah, I think you had a good, you called it when you said they potentially would drop it like around the 15th, 17th.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's going to be the 17th because I think like social media platforms have like a 2-week cycle of like news. So to get people now hyped again and get the content on social media, it makes sense to drop it 2 weeks before because that's how social media platforms kind of cycle information. So I'm expecting it on the 17th if they're going to do it early. I'm not expecting it before then. And that was the same with Dragon's Dogma. It released 2 weeks before. So
okay.
They're still helpful. But they did have to patent the character creator with Dragon's Dogma, and last I looked into it like a couple of months ago, a month or so ago, they hadn't done that yet. But obviously they need to like have some kind of register thing go through, and that hadn't. People on my server know things. I know nothing. This is all secondhand information. But my server's inked for like random information. People. Someone asked, Alistair asked if the screenshots for the Inquisitor, who do you think made, spoiler, who do you think made the arm?
Oh.
Probably Dagna?
Yeah, that's what they said. Dagna or anyone. I just think that Dorian took them on a trip to Renathus and they got it done there.
Oh, I've actually had a headcanon about this, if anybody wants to hear my headcanon.
Is Dorian takes you and sorts it out. I actually have a headcanon for my artificer that's with Dorian that they made it together as like a little project. So he put like some magic stuff in it and like that. So the arm is a little like thing. That's my headcanon for that Inquisitor. But anyway.
Oh, I like that one. Mine was, I did it for like maximum mess. So I had Morrigan like regrew my arm because she drank from the well.
Okay.
And so I got my arm back from Morrigan, but then because of the well connection, like the Inquisitor's arm is like not totally under their own control. So that was my headcanon.
Have you got a headcanon for your Inquisitors? Easy.
I just imagine them to be armless, if I'm going to be honest. Like that was like what I envisioned, that they got a prosthetic eventually. But nothing too.
Shows it with a prosthetic of what we've seen of the Inquisitor. So yeah, I don't think it'll. I mean, you could pretend. We might be able to change what it looks like. I've no idea.
It's fine with the.
Oh yeah, you get the crossbow arm if you become a Red Jenny, don't you? Someone put that in the chat. Cool. I forgot about that. Okay, David Lawrence asked if you have any thoughts about the Inquisitor being in the Shadow Dragon casual outfit. AZ, you can go.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Oh, did you know that? Sorry, I just assumed people know things.
No, it's fine. I'm not like against learning spoilers. That's super fun. No, that's super interesting. I I think that we've heard that the Shadow Dragons are like the most connected to the plot from what I understand. Probably the faction that most people are going to be drawn to just by description. I think it's like the most accessible for a new player. You're starting into Winter. So it would make sense if it could be the Inquisitor that is the old friend that Varric is talking about at some point. I mean, I don't know. Cool.
Andy, have you got any thoughts?
I'm sorry, my mind just totally blanked. What the heck were we just talking about?
The Inquisitor being in the Shadow Dragon casual.
Oh, Shadow Dragons. Oh my gosh.
Okay.
That's really interesting.
We've been talking for a long time, by the way. I'm like happy. This is lovely. I have nothing else to do, but is this almost 4 hours?
Yeah. Coming up on, which is great. I mean, it's a fundraiser, so.
Yeah, please donate. We haven't said that for a while. There's the fundraiser's still going. Links in the bios of everyone who's here. Donate, do things. We'll keep talking for as long as we have voices. I don't mind, or as long as we want to stop. I mean, it is 10. It's 9:45 here, but it's a Saturday, so that's fine. It's just so dark.
Oh my gosh! In the UK, it gets dark at 2 p.m.
It's not that bad, but it's like 7, I think, tonight. Anyway, sorry. Shadow Dragons in the Inquisitor in Shadow Dragon clothes.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I didn't read that, and I'm really glad to learn it. You know what? This is why I'm confused about what the Inquisitor's role is going to be.
I have a theory based on this that isn't actually connected to the Shadow Dragons, and I'm not trying to it definitely could be that, but also the Shadow Dragons are just in Minrathous, and if your Inquisitor has a prosthetic, they probably got it from Minrathous, and if they're in Minrathous, they'll probably wear similar Star Trek outfits to the Shadow Dragons, so it might just be that they're in Minrathous clothes rather than straight up, they're definitely in the Shadow Dragons. So I unless it's related to Solus, I'm tailoring expectations to just be they're just in Minrathous and it's like that. My expectations for Solus are so high, but with Inquisitor stuff that's anything else, I'm like, yeah, they're probably just picked up some clothes because they're in the place.
They've got to blend in.
Easy to give them their own outfit.
or the devs or the designer just picked it randomly.
Yeah, I just think if you're going prosthetic and you're in the clothes from the area where they look so much like Star Trek costumes. I like the Star Trek outfits. It's not bad, but when I saw them, I was like, that is Star Trek pajamas a little bit.
And the red is like the leadership command class.
Yeah. Don't forget, you have to dress up, Sarah. I am going to dress up. I am going to dress up as my Rook when I stream my VEILGUARD run. I think I'm going to stream literally. I'm not going to stream for 4 days. I'm not going to stream for 4 days non-stop. I will do some sleep. But I've got the Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and the Monday off, and I'll do Thursday night. So I will be streaming a lot when VEILGUARD drops, and I will dress up as Rook. Oh yeah, if there's trick-or-treaters, I just might put a sign on that says "Go away."
Do you have Halloween in the UK? Is this an ignorant question?
Halloween.
So I don't know. Is that where it came from? I thought it was an American thing.
Right.
I don't know why.
Okay. Halloween has always been a thing. All Hallows Eve has been a thing across Europe forever. I think the dressing up thing is an American thing, but there's always been some affiliation with Halloween. It's just it's got kind of more Americanized as we get more of the American culture over here. I never went trick-or-treating as a kid. Other kids did. My parents didn't let me because they were mean. But it does happen. We get some kids, not many, because we don't have a light outside our house and we don't have kids. So
yeah.
Yes, Solus, let's come up with an actual plan together. I agree.
Oh, hold on.
Sorry, I'm going through comments. Lots of people are talking to each other, which is really nice. I hope people are having fun. The thing is, this game ends. Do Dalish clans even continue to exist, and as what? I have no idea. Probably not. I mean, oh my god, that's really. I think that this game is going to be the end of what we know as Dragon Age. I think that after this, I think something's gonna happen with the world, and it's not gonna be in a state that we recognize it. And the next Dragon Age game is gonna have a time jump, or we'll be in a different part of the world. I can't see it.
Somebody was asking, that was a question I saw passing in the chat. What do we think the next Dragon Age will be? Will it be in the future? I think they're going to Baldur's Gate 3 it. Baldur's Gate 3 had a 200-year jump.
Yeah.
And I could see that. That way you can start fresh. You don't have to care about it anymore. You don't have to think about continuity of choices. It's just like 200 years in the future. Who cares? New characters, new culture, everything. So, yeah.
And I think BioWare already did this with Mass Effect. When they did Mass Effect Andromeda, it was based in the Andromeda galaxy. So we weren't in our galaxy, so we don't care. Which is the thing about the executors. If they aren't spirits, which they definitely are, because I'm always right, not true. They might. There's places in Thedas that we have not seen, even with Minrathas. Like, if you keep going, never east, west. As you look at the map, there's like an area over there which there's like a port that's had dealings with people over there, and that like society is really like weird. We don't know a lot about it, but the way they talk about it, there's like a codex entry in Trespasser about the area, which I've completely forgotten the name. It's the Voca Sea on the west side of the map. There's still land there which we haven't seen. We haven't seen north of Thedas, so I definitely think that we could be time jump and or we completely get out of Thedas and go somewhere completely different. I think that's definitely happening. What happens with the Dalish clans? Well, yeah, they have got the clown makeup on their faces. Sorry, that's immensely disrespectful but the Dalish, like, they're literally wearing the history of their own enslavement. It's awkward. I don't know what they're going to do about that, and how the devs are going to handle that sensitively is going to be a complete mess. It's going to be awful. I have no idea. They put themselves in a weird corner with this. Andy?
Well, I had to get up, so I actually was not present for the question.
I was asking about what the future of Dalish clans are going to be based on the VEILGUARD and what we know, and then kind of turned into what we think the next game might be, because obviously the future of Dragon Age is, we don't know.
Yeah, the future of Dalish clans, well, I would hope that we get something about how their culture is valuable.
Yes, sure.
And that it's not, I don't know, I don't trust them to handle this well. But they could, I mean, they could talk about how their culture and their what's important to them, what they've built is important and does have value.
I think there is like a lot of value in the Elven like history. I think there's definitely stuff that they can still tie into of being important from the Dalish thing. It's the whole religion. It's really difficult. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, they could change their religion or their religious beliefs, but still retain their cultural identity. They could do that. I just hope that's a complicated thing. And I was kind of getting into that a little bit with like what I did with my like Inquisitor's headcanon, but like, it's really interesting. It's an incredibly interesting question and thing to explore. I hope they do it justice.
Yeah, me too. And anyone, have you got any other points, Ailey? Okay. No, Daniel asked if the Black Emporium is coming back. I think we get I've seen that we get a mirror or something in like a wardrobe that we can change our appearance. However, I do want the Black Emporium back because I love Xenon and it's Hawk's voice actor. So I want him back. That must be his heart's back, technically. We'll just say that that's what happened. Oh, it's like the fade is outside time. Anyway, no, because we don't want I'm gonna shut up. But yeah, I would love the us to be able to go to the Black Emporium again, because it's just spinning like 2 of the 3 games, and I love it, going around and seeing all the like weird collections that they've got, and because he might have the wig, if Solus doesn't have it, Xenon might have it. So
that would be Inquisitor's arm.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like if Solus doesn't have these things, I'd still like to see that. But yeah, I just made you big because you spoke for a second. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
If anyone has anything else about the Black Emporium, but yeah, the fact that it's Hawk's voice actor keeps me up at night. I think that's really funny. Hawk's voice actor just crops up like so many times. Male Hawk voice actor, because it's a man. I didn't think I needed to say that, but I'm just going to say it just in case. Does that mean that they could be working with Dorian and Fenris somehow, the Inquisitor? I mean, we kind of touched on this a bit. I mean, I think they will be working with Dorian. There is no universe that I don't care that you can have a canon where you didn't recruit Dorian as an Inquisitor. That, again, invalidate that canon. It's dumb.
Same with Fenris. There's not a canon where you can just like kill him off or not recruit him. Doesn't exist.
No.
Yeah, my opinion is I'd rather make 99% of fans incredibly happy than 1% be like, well, actually, screw those people.
Yeah.
And Oh yeah, I just got to that question about the time drum Paul leaving Fadus. Right. Do we know who the leader of the Shadow Dragons is? I don't think so. Not yet.
Please be Fenris.
I know.
Put buy 1 prosthetic and get 1 outfit free. That was funny. New type Draco. Halloween technically started in Ireland and Scotland with Samhain.
Yeah, when I asked that question, and I apologize if it was an insensitive question, I meant like the trick-or-treating version, not the... That's kind of... I think Hocus Pocus really sold into that. I don't remember I might be completely mistaken, but I think that I never got to do it as a kid, so I think it's more common. Well, my parents were. Oh, Daniel's asked, did we cover the scaled ones yet? Or those across the sea? I stepped out to clean for a bit. Do you want to... I made you big, AZ. I'm sorry. Do you want me to talk?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm...
Right. The scaled ones, I'm half convinced Krogan's without armor on, and I think it's an Inside BioWare joke. Or, more accurately, they're probably some experiment of Gil. There's like, in the Temple of Dirthaman in Inquisition, you see the painting of the scaled ones on the wall there. I think they might be somewhere else. I can't remember, but they're there. And they're probably a Gil experiment. And like I say, I think that the Canary could have been soldiers that were made for Elganad. So maybe the scaled ones were the same, but for Dirthaman, because she just like making weird things. But I also think that they could just be Krogans without. There's an ogre from Dragon Age and Mass Effect. So I think there's a Krogan head on the wall or something else. And BioWare does this sometimes, so maybe it's that. But those across the sea, as I said, I've done a video on this, the executors, before. I think they're spirits. They're a triangle, upside down triangle with wavy lines. When you look at Solus's mural, there's upside down triangles going through 2 wavy lines. So I think they're spirits, based on their description in Winter Nights, that voice that's not a voice, that is ageless and genderless, that's attempting to be a voice. That's not a person, is it? Or could be from west, the other side of Tevinter. Keep going a bit further. Over there's also weirdness going on that's mentioned in a codex entry from Trespasser. I have got a full video on this on my page. I can tag you. I said that about something else 2 hours ago, and I've forgotten. Chess pieces for Vine. Sorry.
Balara also has the upside down triangle motif going on. So that's just
triangles. So many triangles.
So that's Twitter as well.
My phone is dying. I just need to get back to Phil.
Oh, you're good. What do we want to chat about?
I saw a question I don't think we answered yet.
Ooh.
And now I forgot it.
Oh.
I'm back. Luckily, I'm in the room where all my things are.
Vertical lights coming to Dragon Age.
I wonder if we'll learn more about the Fog Warriors in future games.
Oh, what faction? Oh, we did have somebody do, I think, a donation in order to ask the question. So,
Yay.
I think that's what that is. It's Sammy asked, what faction are we each choosing first and why? Which we did answer, but people are out. So, should I go first since I'm big?
Can you
Yes.
I'm choosing Shadow Dragons for multiple reasons. I think the most obvious one is that there's like still a sliver of hope that Fenris is the leader of that faction. It is a delusional thought, but one that I'm holding on to a little bit. Also, I just think it would be fun to have my first playthrough very integrated into the plot in a natural way. I'll probably feel more immersed in natural in my gameplay. I feel like some of them feel a little bit more disconnected, and not that that means it's a bad faction. I just feel like my first playthrough, it'll be nice to feel very integrated. But yeah.
Andy, you want to go?
Yes, so I will also be a shadow dragon. I had a hard time. I wasn't really feeling any of the factions speak to me, but then I was so excited about being able to be a city elf again. And then I was thinking about what is really going to fit with the city elf story. And then I thought, oh, being a city elf in Tevinter is going to be such an experience. So I'd really want to be part of the Shadow Dragons because they're like the anti-slavery organization in Tevinter. And I thought that would just be an incredible story for my city elf. So that's how I landed on the Shadow Dragons. And also being a mage as a city elf, where you're in a society that puts mages on the pedestal, but if you're an elf, not so much. So it's probably has the opposite effect. You're even more discriminated against. So I thought that would be really, really interesting.
For me, I'm kind of the opposite, right? Because I don't know how to explain this. I've gone for Lord of Fortune because they are so disconnected, because I don't know anything about Tevinter. So to like role play it, I was like, I don't know how I'm going to feel about these things. Whereas I've always wanted to know more about Ravane. I love Isabella with every fiber of my being. Like, I personally prefer Isabella's romance, but in my head, I can't have Marion without Fenris, so I keep romancing Fenris all the time. But I love Isabella. So I want those in a throuple with every fibre of my being. I always think that they go off of the ship together and they'd be happy. So yeah, and if there's a chance that Isabella's going to be in this game, she'll be with the Lord of Fortune. And it feels very, again, I'm D&D person, so that whole treasure hunter going on adventures with a group of people feels very like D&D focused, so Lord of Fortune just spoke to and pirates. You get to be a pirate. Their outfits look so good. So good. So yeah, I'm so excited to be a Lord of Fortune. But I will do the others. Like, I can't see a situation in which I won't play all of them at one point, but yeah, Lord of Fortune first, 100%. I can't wait. Cannot wait. I do think that veil jumpers seem really interesting, though, for also lore-related reasons, and I'm excited to see more. I think that my canon will probably be a veil jumper, but I just know I'm going to make a bunch of bad decisions, so playing a chaotic, optimistic pirate seemed like a good way of doing it. Oh, is there a location in the game that you're excited to see more of? Andy?
Yeah, the underwater, our underwater level. What is that all about?
The water level! Oh my god, it's giving Sonic flashbacks!
Yeah, like Echo the Dolphin, what? I don't know, I'm old, so that's why I know Echo the Dolphin.
I
But
forgot Echo the Dolphin exists. Oh my god, I was so bad at that game, sorry. I should have.
yeah, I just played it at a friend's house, but that was a long time ago. Yeah, the underwater level, I'm so curious. And I know Gillenon has a connection to the deep, the monsters of the deep, the monsters that possibly Solus convinced her not to
Cool. Okay.
So I'm like sea monsters, krakens, like what are we? How do we even like make it? Do we need, how are we gonna navigate? Are we gonna be in a submarine? Sorry, I'm just like babbling. But the thought of a Dragon Age submarine is hilarious.
I know a little bit about the underwater level, if you want me to tell you what I know.
Oh yeah, I'd love to learn.
So I think that Lucanus's prison is the underwater level, if that makes sense. So from what the clips I've seen, it is. I don't know why I'm saying like it's not. I know this information. I am confident in it. It is a fact. Yeah, so the prison is underwater, and I think we use an alluvion together, and that's why there's alluvion in the water. But yeah, the prison is underwater, and it's got the same statues that are kind of at the ritual site in that underwater prison. So I think it probably was originally an elven prison, which kind of makes sense. There's all
the Iron Throne? We have to go back to the Iron Throne.
It's the Iron Throne. It's the Iron Throne. So based on what I saw with Gil in the trailer, which is on for one frame, that also looks like we might see her there, because there's a point where she's underwater with something in her chest which I have a whole thing about. Area that I'm really excited to see, the Grand Necropolis and all the spirits and how that the necromancy side of it all, and the giant skeletons, because there was a time where like giants were more common and things like that, and all I think that's going to be so like cool of an area to like walk through, and Antiva, because it's Venice and I love Venice. AZ, have you got an area that you're really excited for?
Yeah, honestly, just for the calming aesthetics, the Arlethan Forest looks very, like I made a joke to Andy, I think this morning, that I was like gonna transport myself there permanently, because I just like live in fall in my brain all the time. No, I think it's gonna be the place that I go to run around for like aesthetic reasons, kind of like in Skyrim, you know? But yeah, no particular reason other than I think it's going to be a calming area of the game. That and the crossroads, I've just heard that it's like cool, that it's a cool part of the game. So I think that'll be fun too. So
yeah. I'm so excited for the crossroads.
Corinne was so excited for the crossroads. Like she could not contain her excitement. She really had to keep a lid on it. I was like, okay.
How was the Sacred Ashes possible? Was magic fueling that? So the Sacred Ashes we can use to get the owl whose name I've forgotten in Dragon Age. I'm awful. Dragon Age Origins, we have like the owl, Alistair's uncle that we save, and his son. Is it Tegan?
Tegan, yeah.
Oh, thanks. That just completely went out of my head. How did the magic work to revive him with the ashes?
It's Tegan, right?
Yeah. I'm very confident it's Tegan.
My uncle's Tegan, and I just completely forgot. Well, I just got how stuck in my head. I was like, no, not how. Not how, Sarah.
It's Eamon.
How did those? What is the magic of those ashes? I have a theory which I've mentioned before. I think that Andraste is an old god baby, so the ashes, the magic in them is for being like Kieran. She could hear voices, and like Kieran said that he felt like he was alone after. And tinfoil. Do Matt is killed the same year that Andraste is born? That's. Yeah. And we don't have any record of the Grey Warden that died killing Dumat, but we do with all the others. There's no such thing as coincidence in Dragon Age games. They mention the prison in Witch Hunt. Come on, they know what's going on with these. If any part of the lore that they are know what was going on, I'm pretty sure it's the elven god side of it is the only bit they've really focused in on, and that's the bit that I hyperfixate on. But yeah, I think she was an old god baby, so it just meant that the magic that was left probably brought him back, because we know that they're linked to restoration. We know that Corypheus can come back using the archdemon thing. Also, I was going to do a video on this, but I had nothing other to say than the fact that it's Corypheus and Larius, and Corypheus goes into Larius, and it's the Larius pit. Fucking game. Thoughts? Sorry, I just keep talking.
I agree. I have also, I think that there's some like wasted potential sometimes with the lore. Like for example, 2 of the old gods are named after, like loosely named after fallen angels in actual real life like mythology. So sorry, my laptop died, but the one that sounds like Lucifer. There's one that sounds like Lucifer, and one that is literally named after the fallen angel of silence, Dumas. I think it's Dumas. Dumar, something like that. So there are 2 like actual fallen angels that the old gods are named after. I don't know if they're ever going to do anything with that information, but you know, would have been cool if they did, I guess. Yeah, but that's, I think that the idea that Andraste could be an old god baby, but the old gods are actually just like these like fallen angel type characters who are in competition or combat with the maker, whoever that is, would have been an interesting thing to go by, and it would have paralleled what's happening with Solus and the Evanuris, but I don't think they'll go there. So
I mean, I don't know enough about the actual mythology of like fallen angels and stuff, but I have a theory that the old gods were possibly like chosen or the favored of the Evanuris, so they could have potentially been warriors, the chosen warriors that ended up taking the form, because there's a codex entry that says about the divine form could only be taken by the gods and their chosen. So it wasn't just gods that could turn into dragons. It doesn't say the word dragon, but it's beast creature. Thal turns into a dragon and says, "Heart can the dragons have died on that hill." So I think that that's like maybe a way that they were. I don't know. It feels like a weird thing to do to then not do anything weird. But maybe we'll find out more about the old gods and that connection in VEILGUARD, because
because if they are basing them loosely off of like mythological figures, Dumas, the fallen angel of silence, is also he's like in this in-between space that carries souls into the underworld, I believe. So he's kind of an interesting figure, basically an angel of death. And obviously Lucifer, the Lightbringer, and like the angel of darkness, that is literally what the old god equivalent is as well. So it's like they have these direct parallels with like real life mythology, but then there's like not a ton of follow through. So I don't know what they're going to do with that, but we'll see.
I sometimes feel like they spread themselves really thin with the lore. Like they've covered so many things that they couldn't like focus upon everything, and it's like a shame because but hopefully we'll get more context. I think they relied really heavily on codexes in Inquisition, which people don't read. I don't read them during the game. I read them outside of the game because I think about a particular topic, and then I go and look at the codex entries and try and come up with theories and ideas. Like you don't want to do that when you want to kiss an egg. So Andy, have you got anything to add to this?
Yeah, speaking of codex entries, there is that kind of mysterious codex entry about someone who's being punished for taking on the form of the chosen.
Yeah. That's
not the chosen. And it's something I'm trying to remember, but it was against, this person was against Durthamen, so Durthamen has to choose like what their Mythal would not intervene on behalf of this person. Anyway, it's a codex entry about somebody who takes on the form of the gods and they're chosen when they shouldn't. It's implied that it's Solus and Durthamen's involved. And sorry, I don't know, Sarah, if you wanted to say something else.
I know. I've read that codex entry loads. I never got the implication that it was Solus. It's someone who worships. It's one of Durthamen's slaves. It's one of his slaves.
Okay.
So he said that they were not owned by. It's implied that they were a worshipper of Durthamen. So, but they were encouraged to do it by Gil, and then Mythal refused to judge them and pass them on to Algernon. but I don't know. I didn't read it as that. I'm very literal though with words, so I didn't see a soulless connection. Could be though.
I'm not. I'm too figurative, so between the two of us, we'll
yeah, between us, we cover so many bases that between us, I'm just like, it's Mythal all the time. But when it's soulless, I'm like, no, he's not. No, it's not soulless. It's fine. I haven't. Anyone?
I had a reason for thinking it might have been soulless, and I can't remember what that reason was. But you are right; it is heavily implied that whoever that codex entry is talking about is enslaved by Dirthamen. The language does really suggest that. But there was something else that made it weird, and also these codex entries. I think even some of them are meant to be like unreliable, or they're coming from different sources. So who knows?
The lore is a mess. I tend to trust the ones in the library, because it's a library, but even then, it's really hard. I like the Dalish stuff, it's really bad, but I just dismiss it but they might have got some stuff right, but it's really, when you're doing lore videos, you just have to say, this is what this group believe, and this is what this group believe, and this is what this group believe, and I'm drawing these conclusions, but you could also draw like 17 other conclusions, and they're all as equally valid. But I'm going to just see it as a different way. But that's what makes it kind of interesting, and it kind of makes it more organic and real, is that these perspectives are biased, like stuff that's from the Chant of Light. They got some things right. You can see how they have understood things. It's just different. It's just not, but you know what I mean? But I still think there's value in those codex entries as well. And the Danish ones do have value. It's just a different way of that game of telephone throughout I've used telephone instead of what we call it in the UK. That's changed, and that makes it interesting of how that changed. Why did it change like that? And I think Mythal, but then again, biased. Hannah asked if we think Calpurnia is going to come back. Do you want me to go?
Yeah.
I would love that. It's really frustrating that it's not a choice if we sided with the Templars or the Mages. So, meh, because she could be dead. So I don't like that very much. But it seems really like a wasted opportunity if they didn't bring her back, because she was such a big part, but she wasn't if you didn't side with the Templars. So, sorry, I don't have a good answer. I'd like it. Are there any Dragon Age characters you didn't care for and wouldn't want to see again? I hated Sarah in Dragon Age Inquisition from David. Go on, anyone you don't want to see. Go on, AZ.
I can be a hater a little bit. I apologize, but Blackwall, no interest. I do not. Sebastian, and Blackwall. If I never have to, and Oghren, I'm a hater through and through.
I said about Oghren coming back as a Grey Warden because he's one of the few that could actually live. Technically, he could die in Amaranthine, but you never see a body, so I'm like, he might not have. The booze could have just kept him going. But yeah, I thought it was hilarious if the one cameo we get of all the Grey Wardens we've had in the games, it's fucking Oghren. People would be so angry. So part of me wants that because it feeds my little inner chaos gremlin to just annoy everyone. But no, if it is Oghren, that sucks. Also, yeah, Blackwall, I have a complicated relationship with. Right. It's not really his fault, and it's one line of dialogue, but he just really rubbed me the wrong way when I'd just done Dorian's quest. And he has an argument with Dorian again. And he says about not being a real man about Dorian. And I know it's supposed to be because he's from Tevinter, but I was also playing a noble mage because it was my Trevelyan run. And I was like, this feels really uncomfortable. You're going to stay in the barn where you belong. I don't think we'll see Anders.
I don't think so.
I'm not saying I would hate it if he was in it, but I just can't. I actually kind of would. I think his story, if they were going to bring him back, they should have brought him back in Inquisition. So I think bringing him back now would just not really make narrative sense. And yeah, in my opinion, that's kind of done. Unless we see Justice, that'd be hilarious.
had that thought actually. I was like, we could see Justice, maybe.
Justice hanging out with Spite.
Vengeance. He's
This is-
vengeance now.
Vengeance. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Floppy, he might have gone back again. Maybe not having Anders recently is Justice. But I think they corrupted each other. I think it was the whole thing. There was a banter with Cole and Varric talking about spirits and how he has fans in the Fade because spirits are reflections of our thoughts, and I just love the thought of a spirit like getting an autograph from Varric while he's in the Fade because he's got like his own little fans. I love that in my soul. Andy, have you got any people that you don't want to see?
I would not mind not seeing Blackwall, even though I'm like #1 Blackwall fan over here. And I just did like 3 posts on him. I do really enjoy his character, but he is very, to me, he's like a Game of Thrones character that's like stuck in Dragon Age. So he's a little incongruous, but yeah, he doesn't really, you know what? No, I take that back. I wouldn't mind if we got like a little line about what he's doing. But yeah, he's definitely not essential. Is there anyone I really don't want to see? Honestly, there is not a single companion I really dislike, believe it or not. I find almost every companion interesting to some degree. Like Ogren was the only one I was kind of like meh, but I can't say like I wouldn't say I hate him. He was just kind of, for comic relief, he's kind of hilarious.
Misogyny got a bit much.
Well, I didn't hear the first part. Sorry.
Oh, the misogyny just gets a bit much. Like,
oh yeah, he's ridiculous. But I'm laughing at it because it's like so horrible. But yeah, I don't. Yeah, there's no one I really am like, they're awful. I never want to see them again.
Vine Whisperer, hey, you're back. Said, is there anything you are particularly looking forward to in the VEILGUARD? I can't remember if we answered that. Maybe we didn't. I don't know. Is there anything in particular you're looking forward to in the VEILGUARD, Andy? You're big. I'm being lazy.
Thank you for repeating it for me. Yes, there is. There's a lot I'm looking forward to. I don't know what this just popped in. The hair looks so good. This is a silly thing to say, but the hair animation looks incredible. Oh, and now I'm going to say this. I'm getting loopy because we've been on here so long. It's going to be the first Dragon Age with nudity, everybody. So
technically, we got a good look at Dorian's
behind.
A good look at Cullen, and I did use the Flycam mod to check, and he is a Ken doll, and I find that hilarious.
Darn it!
Well, I'm sure there'll be Flycam mods in VEILGUARD, or maybe they won't be maybe they won't be Ken
You
dolls.
have a camera, right, that can move around? Is that
We have photo mode. Yeah, exactly. I'm excited for photo mode. I'm going to take so many photos of Solus and his face constantly throughout this entire. The amount of I'm so excited for more footage of Solus's face to do edits. I've been on straw. Like the 3 minutes we've gotten so far in VEILGUARD, I have dragged out for as many edits as I can because I started doing an edit a day unintentionally. Since June 30th, I believe, I've done an edit a day of just Solus because I'm completely normal about this character. That is a thing you say. And I realise it is mostly the same edit with different songs. I can try to change it. But yeah, I'm so excited for just more Solus content. He is the reason I'm excited for this game. I don't care. I love him. I love him so much. I'm looking at 3 different pictures of him on my wall. I cannot wait to see what the frick they're going to do with this character, and I'm going to weep and cry. I'm not rummage around his house, explore his memories. I am so excited for so much Solus. All the Solus, more Solus.
we all get to finally see him with hair? He was, in fact, a ginger. I know it was unclear, but he is a ginger. He is. So there you go.
They did it. They did it. Fan service.
I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Anyway, what are you excited for? Easy. I think it's your turn.
Oh, that was it. I was just contributing to the the hairification of the egg.
It's so happy. Is it possible to see the Grey Warden carve it in Weishaupt? I was really hoping we would, but no.
No, I think with the limitation in choices, because I would love to see Bethany as a warden. That was my canon choice, but not going to see that.
I just got up to the point in the chat with all the people in the chat saying Al Eamon like a million times, but I was back because I'm looking at
Tegan's the brother. Bon Tegan, how could I forget?
Eamon. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I forgot Eamon's name. Anyway. How did the old gods get underground? Did Solus put them there? Yes. I think so. I think that's why he's so pissed off at the Grey Wardens for doing stuff about it, because I think they had some kind of link to the prison, and he maybe could have been weakening the veil, like, unintentionally. And I think that, because as we've... the veil, I think, has been getting weaker this entire time, and I think it possibly has been getting weaker with every blight, and I think it started getting weak when the... Sorry, I'm going to info dump massively. When the Magisters broke through... Again, I think that the Chantry is right on this. I think the Magisters broke into the prison accidentally, and that caused a breach, which released the blight. Like, they broke containment. That created the first Darkspawn, and then the blights and things happened as we expected. It's just... It wasn't a golden city. I mean, it kind of was. Arlathan was a golden city of its time that then got put up. So the Chantry and that information, that's why the codexes are important to read, because I think that they're mostly almost there. It's just not quite, it's their understanding of it, and it's their perspective, which is so interesting. But yeah, I think, and part of that prison, I think, and the veil is somehow linked to the old gods, and that's why Solus gets so mad at the Grey Wardens for wanting to go down there and kill the last two. He says, how do we not know that this one would do something worse? So I think that Solus did put them there, and they're somehow like the keys or the locks to the prison. I might be wrong, but that's what I think. If you got anything to add on that.
No, I'm good. I might have to tap out soon.
But I'm kind of running out of steam on my voice, so I think that we might stop. I'm going to quickly look through things, but this has been really fun. Thank you again to everyone who's donated. Yes, the last question is: do we think we're going to see other Magisters, maybe the Architect's reappearance? I would love that. Yeah, sure, why not? I think so, because I don't think he's dead. I don't think if you killed him, he's still dead, because I think he had the same power as Corypheus. So I think we'll see the Architect, and yes, I think we're going to see Dorian. We did touch on that earlier. But yeah, I think it's possible we'll see the Architect. When is our next live?
I would like to see one of my big fears that I think is not going to happen because of the Shadow Dragons was that they were going to do the Templars mage both sides with the with Tevinter, and I was really afraid they were going to do that. I don't think they are because of the Shadow Dragons, but I think if they show Magisters, I want more Daenerys types, and if we're going to show the citizens of Tevinter, I want to see common people humanized and the Magisters shown for what they are doing to these people, not like, oh, there's both sides to everything. We've gotten that a little bit with Dorian, but I don't want to. There's some things you just don't need to both sides. In my opinion, also the Templars, but that's said and done, so it is what it is. But
Andy, have you got anything you want to add?
It just reminded me of a question because my brain is mush. I'm so sorry.
Either just how you think Magisters are going to come up, but either the one modern day ones or old ones that broke into the Fade. Either.
Magisters. You know, I'm very curious to see how much of the old lore, they're going to incorporate. That will be interesting. As far as Magisters in Tevinter, I agree with everything Azzy said. I hope they just, please, dear God, do not both sides it. Like, they're not, Yeah, we don't need to make them sympathetic. We really don't. And it would be nice to see a variety of the different people of Tim Minter in Minrathous. And I think showing common people and showing how the magisters, the system the magisters have in place is terrible for the people of Tevinter, all the people of Tevinter. I think that's they go that way. That's the way they can humanize the Tevinter people.
I think we saw a little bit of that.
Sorry,
Sarah.
Sarah.
I think we saw a little bit of that in the gameplay trailer, like when they have the like big light on that person, and like Rook goes to get, Barry goes to, someone goes to get involved, and the other person says we don't have time for this. Yeah, so I think that it is showing that it looks like a big police state, to be honest, which is really interesting. The Fade-based Magisters, now I would like to see them. I think that would be interesting, the ones that broke into the Fade and like how they work with this. I don't know if we will. I think there was one for each of the old gods, so we've only seen 2, so that would leave 5. But I don't think we will. I think we've had Corypheus, we've had the Architect. I don't know what new story they could tell bringing those others back, unless the Architect has like gone and done a recruitment thing. Because I think the Architect could crop up as an ally. Screw it. I think there's going to be a bunch. I want a bunch of weird allies that Solus wouldn't have considered, because I want to come up with plans that Solus wouldn't have done. So let's go and get the Architect to help us, because finding the way to have the calling not affect Darkspawn would be helpful. Like getting some spirits, like the Formless one, which is one of the forbidden ones, not a forgotten one. And because we've encountered a forbidden one every game, and we normally killed them, you can make a deal with him, share what he does. It'd be good if we could like recruit a big, powerful spirit. One of the sea monsters that Pride kept. Maybe he kept them for a reason, and we can get these in. I don't want to just have regular people. Let's make it interesting. But yeah, that's how I feel on it. Let's get some like Ents from Athalan. Screw it.
Yeah.
Yes, the March of the Ents.
But yeah, I think that's a good point to finish, is how we've been talking for 4.5 hours. Yes, I think there's going to be lots of blood in Dragon Age. Screw it. I've seen Canis' action scenes have been very bloody immediately, so I think, hey, Elu, you just asked this, I think that's going to come. I'm going to stop, though. We'll stop answering questions, because otherwise we'll keep going forever. But thank you, everyone who's donated. Thank you, everyone, for watching us. It's been really a lot of fun, and thank you, and Andy, for joining. Hopefully, we'll do another one of these before the release. If you guys want,
I would love to.
And if anybody who does like a lot of this kind of content, if you ever want to join, I'm sure we have at least 4 more slots, right?
Yeah, if you want to join in. Sorry, my voice is going. I've been just getting over a cold, but we've done really well. Good work, everyone.
Oh yeah, both of you have been doing great. I forgot you both had colds. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, one of my coworkers was sick and came back from a trip with
a giant tape,
but it's not too bad. So,
well, we'll get that. I'm starting to feel it, but it's been good. Thank you, everyone, and we'll do this again hopefully soon before Belgrade comes out. I have no idea what my schedule is, but we'll sort something out. Yeah, thank you, everyone. Bye.